Constitution of Corsica was one of the first real constitutions because of so many monarchies. This was a Republican constitution. Monarchies often don't have a constitution. But in another writing was Considerations on the Government of Poland. Poland was very much a fragmented country. It wasn't even really a country in our idea of the thing. And so Rousseau was asked to explore the topic. And so I was surprised by some of the things that I found in his text that can be meaningful to us today, but surprising at the same time, you know, and we're talking about citizenship for the Polish people. So what I decided to do was to try to look at some of the elements that touch on European construction, as Anne-Sophie has said, this in the 18th century, there are many treaties around the notion of perpetual peace, which is a very interesting idea. And what we can see emerging is a federal republic. In the Encyclopedia of Diderot and D'Alembert, for example, it is said that it's a system of government in which several bodies come together to form a higher single body. So it's not so much about nation states. The idea didn't exist yet, but rather the monarchies who were constantly at war with each other. So Rousseau was looking at this question of the federative republic. So I will say more about Rousseau and Poland and what he says about citizenship. Okay, so talk about the social contract is one thing, but in fact what he's trying to do is to say, what does this mean in day-to-day life? Because the question, and I'll get to this, is this European citizenship, how does it work? But I will stay within the Rousseau framework, and I'll talk to you about some of the opposing interpretations. There's the sovereignist interpretation that some populists might take on board, but others will say, no, that's wrong. Your interpretation is wrong. You know, you can talk about the Polish or the Corsicans, but that's not what Rousseau meant. And in fact, he was talking about a higher level of a federation. Okay, this is Joku. The Federative Republic is a form of government by which several political bodies consent to become citizens of a larger state which they wish to form. It is a society of societies that make a new one which can be enlarged by new members who will join it. Okay, that's the 18th century. And I don't think we've, frankly, changed much. Okay, the governing forms might be different. But here, in fact, it's the idea, it was a monarchies trying to find ways to stop warring with each other. So these were my three main lines that I'm going to talk to you about in the 25 minutes. Okay, so I'll try not to go into too many side tracks. Okay. So I'll try to behave and stick to the point. So what is this perpetual peace amongst the nation? Well, the philosophers start from a simple observation that the states are in a state of nature in the idea in Hobbes's sense. Each state is a wolf to the other, and it's a disaster, of course. And as Bernard Saint-Pierre wrote a draft document to talk about a way to achieve perpetual peace. And you can find this, the Gallimard Publishing House has published this full text. So Bernard Saint-Pierre, in fact, was rather traumatized by the end of the Louis XIV's reign and all of the wars across Europe, even though he didn't experience them directly, but all of this blood that was shed, and the monarchies continually battling each other. And so in his draft for an attempt at perpetual peace, Bernardin de Saint-Pierre said, well, what do we see? We're starting to see a sort of a balance of terror. In fact, there's peace, but it's very fragile. Why? Because there's no monarchy that can outweigh others. And so because it just keeps starting over and over again. So how do we get out of this situation? He says, well, we need a great alliance amongst the European monarchies, rather, that are once again not yet nation states. So the idea is that each must give up on some of its sovereignty, and in particular in the use of arms.
Il écrit, et il faut qu'il renonce pour jamais à la voie des armes.
So he talks about they must, and their arms must now be reconciliation amongst allies, and so they must mutually guarantee each other. So what is he saying? Well, it means that their territory or boundaries will be guaranteed. So if they give up on weapons and war, so it's something like a treaty, in fact, so then they would find a situation where their borders would be preserved. And this is something that's interesting, and it seems rather modern, in fact. So this is the pre-romantic Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. So you're probably familiar with this. And so what does he telling us then about the advantages of this perpetual peace? And he gives a list. In fact, he says that if we can set aside our arms, all states will be able to reduce their military spending. So that's good. And they will be able to improve their economies. That's also good. Reform their administrations and make their citizens and work for the well-being of their citizens. And he says that this will mean that that there would be a proper cohesiveness, and it means that we could move beyond the sources of war. And he speaks of a sort of a pre-form of a parliament. And so he says that taxes could be allocated to more useful uses. So you can see that this is an interesting idea. Well, how do people react? Well, if we look at Voltaire, well, who was, of course, mocking Bernardin. I mean, Voltaire was always rather ironic in his statements. Montesquieu said that, well, overall, well, that's a very fine idea, but you won't go very far with that because monarchies are such as they are. Mablique, another philosopher who had also written about Poland, amongst others, has some doubts not on the principles but on the methods proposed by Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. What does Rousseau think about all of this?
Voilà. C'est qu'en 1761.
He says, well, in 1761, he publishes a judgment on Bernardin de Saint-Pierre's project of a perpetual peace, and it's a very wonderful text. In fact, it's very well written. Of course, it's by Rousseau. I mean, he's a magnificent writer.
Comme jamais projet.
So what could be a finer idea than the notion of perpetual peace amongst the peoples of Europe? It would be wonderful. We could put this into reality.
Je ne sais si l'illusion.
And I don't know if the illusion of such a thing, of the possibility for human beings, is possible, because often we are confronted with the indifference. But he's saying if you've got a good heart, that you could make it possible. And so Rousseau is very enthusiastic about the idea, but then finally says, well, now we have to reason in cold blood. And so he's going to go back to what the Abbé Bernardin says, to say, well, if we look at Europe and its history, what we can see is that, well, we don't, this whole idea of a federal republic doesn't really exist. First of all, why? Because there are the empires. There's the, well, although we do have the Helvetic Confederation, but none of these are really Europe, or the Holy Roman Empire is an empire. It's not a republic. However, there is a European people. He says this, and he's the first to say this. So all the powers of Europe form a sort of system among themselves, which unites them by the same religion. Well, this is obviously debatable. For him, it's obvious that it's a Christian origin, and by the same law of nations, by morals, by letters, by trade, and by a sort of equilibrium, which is the necessary effect of all this. And without anyone thinking of preserving it, it would not be as easy to break as many people think. And so he's saying there's a sort of a common culture, and it constitutes a European people. So why do things go badly? According to Rousseau, he says, well, because the princes, the monarchs, live on a passion of domination. And I have a text here. So this is the second text. To see, on the other hand, the continual dissensions, the banditry, the usurpations, the revolts, the wars, the murders, which daily desolate this respectable abode of the wise, to consider our fine speeches, but our horrible practices, so much humanity in the maxim and cruelty in the actions, a religion so gentle and a bloodthirsty intolerance, a policy so wise in the books and so harsh in practice, chiefs so beneficent and people so miserable, government so moderate and moral so cruel, one hardly knows how to reconcile these strange contradictions. This alleged brotherhood of the peoples of Europe seems to be nothing but a mockery in view of their mutual animosity. So things could go well, but they don't, basically. And so here again, he speaks of a confederation, and as he's going so in the Pleiad edition, page 576, he says, well, the Europe needs to become more of a republic. Okay, but the whole idea of a republic is a very vast. Not all democracies are republics, as we know, and particularly not in those days. And so this is tradition coming from Italy and the Italian cities and the times of the Machiavelli and the notion of the general interest. And that we can see this in other political traditions, and I won't go into detail. How much time do I have left? 10? Oh, okay, 12, 13 minutes. Okay, so if we look at Kant and his notion of the perpetual peace, it's quite clear. He says that we can only get away from wars in Europe only if people become joined in a republic, because in monarchies, it's somebody else who decides and sends other people to war, whereas in a republic, those who decide on the war would have to go and fight it themselves. So what we can see is that what's happening here, it's, this idea of being subject of a monarchy. Can we be something else and become the citizens of a republic? Well, Rousseau speaks about this because it's reached a certain historic moment. And for example, decided to study Poland, which was not even considered as a country because it was not yet a modern city. They still have servitudes, there's poverty. The nobility is extraordinary, and in fact, it's huge. It seems you can be considered nobility for not much. And so
Voltaire d'un côté.
So we've got Voltaire n'aime pas the Polish. He prefers Russia. Rousseau. And then you've got Rousseau, who is fascinated by Poland. Why? because they have understood there's something essential in eg. There is the mandate, as he calls it. You can demand responsibility of those who govern you. And he also, there was this idea of a lottery for the elected, or provincial, or even the king should be proclaimed by lottery. And so he's talking about this notion of a citizenship and a unity, even though the peoples have different religions and different backgrounds. So what does he say? Let me read you one of his magnificent texts. Okay, I'll try to sound like Rousseau here. And he says, speaking to his readers about Poland, there are no longer any French, German, Spaniards, even English, whatever one may say. There are only Europeans. And to him, this is pejorative. Okay, how can you say that there's a project for potential peace and hold such a discourse? I mean, he himself contradicts himself. All have the same tastes, the same passions, the same morals, because none of them has received a national shaping through a particular institution. And so for him, he would say the identities would disappear if you're not educated to be French or German. And so this is very cosmopolitan idea that Diderot and Voltaire also promoted. And so the whole notion of the nation becomes more blurry as well. And so Rousseau is very hostile to this cosmopolitanism. All of them, so I return to his text, all in the same circumstances will do the same things. All of them will claim to be disinterested and will be rascals. All of them will speak of the public good and will think only of themselves. They only think of luxury and gold. Everything can be bought and paid for, so it doesn't matter which state's law they follow. As long as they find money to steal, they are everywhere in their country. And so he's saying that if you can't be a citizen of your own country, then you are no better than these rascals. So here, but at the same time, he is promoting the idea that people need to be educated in their country. And so loving the country will serve it with zeal and with all their heart. With this sentiment alone, legislation, how bad it may be, will make good citizens. And it is only good citizens who ever make the strength and prosperity of the state. And yesterday I found something interesting. Let's see if I can find it.
Tant pis, je reviens. Non, c'est bon, vous inquiétez pas. Ah oui, mais je l'ai pas.
Oh, well, can't find it, sorry.
D'accord. Pour le costume, tant pis.
I wanted to show you a very nice image of the Polish people in their national costume. But sorry about that. No problem. You can probably find it easily on the internet. So the idea from there is that for him, this national costume is not just the costume. It's, but we have,
C'était une mode à la française.
And it was very much imitating the French style of the time.
Donc l'idée, c'est restez
So the
vous-même.
idea is, so be yourself. He was telling the Polish people not to try to become French, not to imitate the French. He was saying, and work on your national symbols. What are the emotional attachments that bring your people together around this idea that you are citizens of the same country or even a state? And Rousseau makes this distinction between a country or a nation and a nation.
Quelque chose
So
d'intéressant.
let me show you something else. So yeah, the Latin
Là où est ma
phrase, where one is well, there is the homeland, Aristophanes. And so in fact, it's the idea is very flexible of the nation. So he talks about games, many public games in which the good mother country likes to see her children play, lets her take care of them often, and we should abolish, even at court, because of the example of the ordinary amusements of the courts and games and theaters, everything that makes men effeminate, everything that distracts them, isolates them. So we must invent games and festivals, solemnities that are specific to this court and not imitating others anywhere else. So we must have more fun in Poland than in other countries, but not in the same way. In a way, it's necessary to reverse a terrible proverb, and you must. Every Pole should have in his heart, "Ubi patria, ibi bene," and so that is his idea, and that will make citizenship a living thing to Rousseau. And of course, he says that education is important in this, and this is something that we're hearing a lot from populists, in fact. And so he says, this is the important article. It is education that must give souls national strength and so direct their opinions and tastes that they are patriots by inclination, by passion, and by necessity. So that's the idea. When a child opens his eyes, must see the fatherland, and until death he must see only his fatherland. Every true Republican sector with the love of his country, and that is to say the laws of liberty. He must only live for the fatherland, and it would be worse than death if he loses sight of the fatherland. So this is Rousseau. So, I mean, it sounds like what we hear some from populists. So, if I still have another 4 or 5 minutes, that's great. 4 minutes. All right. So, to simplify. So, Rousseau, is he a pre-populist? Well, no. Why not? If you look at what Blaise Bachofen has written, he says that, Rousseau makes a distinction. He distinguishes the fatherland. So he says that it's not the nation, as he calls it, and it's not the country either. So what's the nation? And he defines it in this way. Says that the nation is sort of the some politic of the group. So but it's not set over time. It can be adapted. In fact, it can come together. It can come apart. So it has many forms. So that's the nation. But then he talks about the homeland, which isn't the nation. And so the homeland, in fact, is a set of the political institution that creates a common action. And then what is a country? Well, a country, it's a geography. In fact, a landscape, a space, and to a certain extent, that is what it means where I might feel happy. And so Rousseau, was thinking to end his days in Rousseau. You could have a pay of an adoption. You might be a native of a different country. And so none of this is overlapping to him. They are distinct, each from the other. And this is something that Bachofen says. So I might be very much attached to my homeland, which would be France, for example, but I might want to live elsewhere, but he would see this as the future. So why is all of this interesting? Well, to conclude, if you'll give me 2 minutes to conclude, please.
Cette réflexion de Rousseau.
Rousseau's thinking here on citizenship in Poland has given a lot of food for thought of the specialists, whether they like or despise Rousseau. But
finalement, si on regarde.
So Vincent Descommes, a philosopher who is certainly not a populist, very much a Republican, and says, when Rousseau is thinking of citizenship, he's saying that if I give up my natural rights in this state of nature and to become a citizen of a state, it's a particular state under a particular structure, and I am transported into, I transport myself into this state. But this is radically incompatible with the idea of any other belonging, any other form of belonging. So that's one interpretation. So it's all very complex. I mean, is any of this true or not? So if we try to analyze Rousseau's text, which can appear to be in contradiction with other texts. And so here, let me just recommend your reading this magnificent book, No Demos, on the question of Europe and on sovereignty. What does it mean today in the context of a European Union? So what does it mean? Is there a European people? And Rousseau would say yes. And so he Céline Spector says Rousseau does not idolize the nation, only liberty and equality. The justice, that is, the end, the purpose of any legitimate system of legislation, not the particularity of a nation, deserve the loyalty of citizens. The law can only be anchored in people's hearts if they live in a homeland, and there is no homeland without freedom and justice. So it means that I might belong to a state or a country, but if that country perpetrates injustices, then I will free myself of it. And so it's a very contestatory, it's very individualist on Rousseau's part. So we are not subjected, we cannot be subjected to anything. We don't have to accept anything and everything. And so he says the continuation of the states should be a foundation for a new unity. And so I believe that is very much alive today. So if we think about a European citizenship, I have to look at what Rousseau says to the Polish people. There has to be a symbolism, and I think we're lacking the symbolism and the emotional attachment. You know, there is no Bastille Day for Europe. You know, apart from Eurovision, when we all sing in English, I don't see any form of a real European Union emotional attachment. Okay, some may not agree with me, and so citizenship may exist in the today lives, but people don't feel connected to their representatives of the European institutions. So Rousseau's interesting. So he gives us some of the keys to understand. He says that the representations he finds he doesn't trust the English system. You know, when do Europeans think about Europe? Only when they're voting, and mostly because they're unhappy. That's the only time they think about Europe, and this is because people don't feel represented. They feel that there is nothing particularly at stake. And so it's a very different attitude toward a national election, which have much higher stakes for people. So it's disembodied. So the idea of Pierre Manon says that there is this a European fatigue. Well, the institutions are threatened, and at the same time, there is this European civilization. It's all very blurry, and this winds up putting the accent on the individual, but very little to the idea of a European citizen becomes far too blurry and unreal. And so that's a type of contradiction that is going to push us towards the populists who are radically opposed to Europe, who will, Rousseau doesn't speak of a nationalism, but there are some elements that we can find in populist discourse. The notion of the homeland or fatherland. And so it's true that if you can read Rousseau in a certain way, but I hope I've stuck to the time here. I hope I've gotten across all my points. But the idea is, Rousseau, let's look at what Rousseau said about Corsica. And France, we have a rather particular attitude toward Corsica. And one of the great specialists of Corsican history are the Anglo-Saxons. In fact, the British have done a great research. Or we've also got some very fine works, of course, by the Corsican nationalists. But what's interesting and what we see is that if we look at Pascal Paoli, so partisan of the constitution that temporarily gave independence to Corsica just for a few years, and at the end of his life he went to the UK, was exiled to the UK, and he talked of this sovereign nation of Corsica, but also a sovereign France. So speaking of a dual nationality, in a sense, that is not a contradiction in his mind. And so that the essential must be preserved, which is the love of a country and to feel a belonging that can be of a country and a higher body, because above all else, we are European. And I'll end with that. Thank you. So when do we have... Oh.
Are we going to have an argument now or later?
Tu fais et après on discute. Voilà.
You're going to make a presentation and then we'll have a discussion. Great.
Il est peut-être préférable, en effet, que je prenne la parole de Pascal, puisque vous le verrez, il y a quelques thèmes qui suscitent toujours le même genre de préoccupation.
Always the same kind of concerns when we're talking about the European negotiations that took place in the 1970s.
Donc j'ai choisi de me concentrer sur
I decided to focus on an historical episode.
De sources imprimées et
I used printed sources and in particular diplomatic sources in France. This period of history, which a lot of people have forgotten about, because it didn't pan out. It's always interesting in history to see what didn't see an actual outcome, and that's the first part of the 1970s and a lot of intergovernmental summits that were organized.
Qui vise à relancer la construction européenne.
The idea was to beef up the European Union. It didn't have an outcome in the 70s, but that's where the first questions pertaining to European citizenship came along. It's when they actually emerged. It's all the more interesting to see that in 1992, within the French Senate, there was a whole debate on the ratification of the Maastricht Treaty, which actually created the EU. Most of the discussions then focused on awarding the citizens of the member states a certain number of rights, right to vote, and also access to local and European elections. The sovereignist MPs considered at that time this was not essential at all. However, this measure had been under discussion for about 20 years. Once the common market was in place, the Rome Treaty was signed in 1957, and the common market became a reality in 1968. It was in place, and the European decision makers at the time considered it was necessary to go beyond in terms of having a European political construction. There are a couple of important milestones here which we need to consider. We've got the Paris summit in 1993, and that was the first time this topic was covered in the final declaration of an intergovernmental summit here. And the next year, the Summit of Paris suggested two concrete measures. One, work on the special rights that could be given to European citizens within the European community, and especially the universal voting of the European Parliament here. Now, you can see there are various milestones. This was a main concern. 1975, the Timmermans report on the European Union. And this goes slightly backwards in terms of the questions pertaining to citizenship. They're no longer talking about European citizenship. We're talking about the citizens of Europe. The idea is they're more sort of federate people more so than anything else. This Timmermans was buried in 1996, and the European institutions don't talk about citizens, they just talk about individuals here, with no specific political content. These milestones were considered as failures. Here there's a whole pessimistic writing to present it as a failure. Now, there was a failure. I'll come back to the reasons if we consider the negotiations, which we can find in the diplomatic documents. They've only been recently made public. On the other side, we realize a lot of the debates that are keeping us busy today were raised in the 70s, and it pertained to the right of rule and the relevance of law in Europe, which is why we can't neglect that particular part here. And the relationship between fundamental rights and European citizenships fits pretty well with what took place in the negotiations in the 70s here. Now, obviously, the ideal situation from a historical methodology point of view would have been interesting to consider the whole of Europe and the archives. I just focus on printed sources and the French diplomatic sources. But in 1974, the second half of 1974, France had the presidency of the Council, and the president of the French Republic at that time, which was Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, who was very deterministic from a European point of view. In these, we can see the heritage from de Gaulle, and the state heritage that clearly focuses on the state and the nation, and it enables to see different trends going on there. The discussion on citizenship, we see this in a context, in a situation that is far from being neutral here. We're talking about existing legal texts here, which are intergovernmental texts here. In particular, we're talking about the European Convention for the Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms here, 1953, and also the European Social Charter, 1961, which guarantees where the first convention is focused on civil rights and political rights. The social charter guarantees a certain number of economic and social rights. which are fundamental in terms of, for example, immigration related to work. Those texts exist and we can't deny them. And it clearly shows the European citizenship, where we're taking on board the legal aspect. In the states that have a rule of law, we respect things here, and that already existed. Furthermore,
le contexte économique
in the economic and social context of the 1970s, the immigration related to work starts changing here. The physiognomy changes here. The migration of workers between countries within the EEC is reducing, whereas we can see a significant increase of people coming from Portugal and Spain, and also from Yugoslavia at the time.
Alors, cette hausse des migrations,
this increase of migration and this diversification also had a direct impact on the very necessity the EEC had, which had 9 members at the time. Since the new integrations that took place in 1973, it had a knock-on effect in terms of it wanting to express itself towards the outside. Portugal only started its democratic process in 1974. Spain was later on. Franco died in November 1975, but he was aging at the time. All European countries know that there will be a succession crisis following Franco's death, and the European leaders are considering the democratic process ahead in Portugal and in Spain. In 1974 in Greece, it's the end of the colonial dictatorship, another country entering this democratic process, and the European leaders are considering what impact this may have on the very European construction. And we can immediately say so.
De réticence.
There's a certain reluctance, definitely.
Il s'agit donc
Definite reluctance that isn't even hidden here. They don't want to just award rights to workers.
véritablement à des
They really want to award them to citizens.
Les citoyens.
And to separate the citizens from the 9
Alors,
member states from other countries. The other element you need to bear in mind in terms of the context of the 1970s. In the 1970s, we're in the midst of the Cold War. The EEC owes a lot to the will and to the determination of reconciliation, but also a strong American support from a diplomatic point of view, because they see a European construction as a means of faring the Cold War. Now, in December 1973, we talked about belonging to NATO here. It's the Atlantic Alliance is present within this declaration pertaining to the European identity. We're talking about war, security, and Europe has to ensure and contribute to the security of its citizens here. Now we're in a situation of Cold War, but also a situation of détente. The Helsinki conference took place in 1973 for the first time since the Second World War. All the European countries were there, not just the countries from the EEC, but all the European countries, including the USSR and the United States as observers here. This Helsinki conference focused on many things here, and in particular they talked about the rights of migrant workers, and I've included this quote from the final conclusion of the conference, the 1st of August 1975. Now we can see ensuring equality of rights between migrant workers and nationals, all that is present. It's also facing this strong encouragement of migration since the popular democracies, the Eastern Bloc, that the European countries from the EEC want to clearly better define what Europe is about on the international stage. They don't want to be diluted in this kind of détente situation where the Europeans would lose out in terms of the diplomatic control versus the United States and the USSR. there was a determination to move forward from a political point of view in the 1970s, but the context is limited as well from an international point of view. There's a constraint out there.
Donc le sommet de Paris de
The
décembre
summit of Paris in 1975
à la Commission,
and it gave to the Commission the responsibility to consider the content of specific rights. Different committees and working groups were set up
cela, avec
with
un
that goal. And there were a certain number of
D'abord,
questions that were raised here.
c'est de savoir quel objectif politique assigné
Number one, what political objective was supposed to be
de fonder
linked to these specific rights. The idea was to have a European identity versus the outside here. With this fundamental political idea is that politics, you're separating a group, what's bringing us together, and beyond the diversity of the group, what then afterwards gives it an image, an identity, and a unified image towards the outside.
Alors, un document particulièrement intéressant.
A very interesting document here was the exchange of point of view between Christopher Soames from the UK. He was vice president to external relations with the Commission, and Marianne Orum, who was president of the Assembly of the EEC. We're talking about political rights. The working group will also have to take into account the political rights which it is envisaged to grant to all the foreigners, since there will only be special rights in favour of the citizens of the member states if they are in addition to those given indiscriminately to all migrants. We're talking about giving fundamental rights that don't just relate to migrant rights as since 1957 here, so it goes beyond.
Côté français, on est
France,
sourcilleux
we always pay great attention to sovereignty, and we don't want any interference here from political powers. And we fought that the same desire to politically define Europe here. And the idea here was we need to drive the European corrections in areas where the outside can no longer be exerted, where external pressure is more difficult to exert. Now, that means pushing the construction of Europe in sectors where external pressure is more difficult to exert here. However, everything that pertains to the field of the daily life of the citizens of the member state, for example, education, other European projects will come along. There it is considered that it's in our interest to drive
et à approfondir
the efforts and to deepen things here.
Donc des droits spéciaux.
Special rights need to have a political content, and they need to have as an outcome a common foundation to Europe.
Ça c'est le cadrage.
That's the kind of general framework. Things start to go astray when the European countries move on to the actual negotiations regarding these special rights. And I would like to, coming back to the barriers that existed at the time in terms of wanting to put in place these special rights, but I also want to show that they raised issues which afterwards were actually dealt with here. The first question that was actually raised, considering the very existence of a European Court of Human Rights, the human rights, should it be part of the community's competencies or its powers or not, or should it just remain at state level? The alternative was rapidly established in a confidential report of the working group that was specially created at the time. And the question was, what's the scope, the legal scope of these special rights? Was it supposed to be limited to the acts that are within the competencies of the Union? We were talking mainly about the common market here. Was it supposed to move on to all acts of the national authorities, even though even including areas that were under the authority of the state. Now, individually speaking, where the states go into relish on this or not. Behind this question, if we actually answer to the first possible alternative, yes, the union needs to get involved. Obviously, it meant going much further in terms of creating a federation and a notion of supranationality. This immediately led to great reluctance, including in France, and there were a couple of think tanks. In terms of international politics, we greatly see them ramping up in the 1970s, and you can see that the source of information is more de Gaulle and very much a sovereignist here. Strong state-minded here. The diplomats, they insisted on the very necessity to respect the existing framework, so the existence of the European Court of Human Rights, and as a preamble, as a prerequisite to see if human rights should be part of the community's competencies, they consider we have to define relationships between the EEC and the European Court of Human Rights. By the way, this discussion is ongoing even today. We're still talking about the possible adhesion and of the EU to the European Court of Human Rights, which means that we talk about the primacy of law. We need to establish that primacy before we can build on this law. But this debate is far from being over here. So now,
le
23rd of October, there was 25th of October, there was a discussion, and the French decided that there would be some issues, and they really wanted to show how difficult it is to be able to overcome these issues. It shows that the method actually created the actual outcome here.
Je ferai volontiers référence.
I would like to refer to this, and these are the memories, the memoirs of a French diplomat. His name was Jean-Marie Soto. He published his memoirs. It was a whole number of discussions which he had. He's not talking about necessarily about European citizenship here. He is actually criticizing those he called the millennialists of Europe, people who want to go too far, and by going too far will create many issues and avoid things to move forward. He actually wrote that within the department, at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the adversaries of Europe are the majority, and it's a bit like the General de Gaulle wanted, relying on interstate relationships here. So based on that, the French diplomats decided to insist on different categories of rights, which we consider as being fundamental rights. They discarded very much things pertaining to political rights. It's the Italians in the 70s who clearly wanted to push that forward, and he clearly wanted to make sure that all citizens from Europe could participate in local elections and also European ones. But then afterwards, what remained was that you could still vote for trade unions here, giving rights of vote, but within the economic and social scope only. And in the end, that's quite striking at the very origin of this reluctance and all these difficulties. There's a fear of a resurgency of nationalism here. It's the political leaders at the time. It really is the political leaders. They ask for polls. And these polls, by the way, I wasn't able to find any trace of these polls here. I just saw a summary in the various reports. Polls were asked for by the Ministry of Interior here, and apparently the population was afraid of any political right to be given to foreigners here. And Christopher Santos himself alluded to the possible risk of a discontentment here if we gave the right to vote to people coming from other countries than France.
France et en RFA,
France and in Western Germany at the time, there was a concern,
vote des
and
Italiens.
that's the vote of Italians in France, for example, in certain areas, for example, in the Lorraine, which is a very industrial area, the region of Forbach. Apparently 40% of the population at the time
Qui est née italienne.
was born Italian and then afterwards either became French or not.
Il y a encore énormément d'Italiens
And there were a lot of Italians who kept their Italian nationality who hadn't become French, and it meant that they could vote at the local elections here. And they said that it could clearly change the majority here at the time. And you can see that there's a Westphalian approach here, where we're talking about a union of states and not so much a federation of states. And the framework is that they want to essentialize the vote here, because we're Italian or Belgian or whatever, we basically would vote in one given way and not another, and it would change the possible majority. And this kind of inability to consider what we could call the general interest here, the interest of people in general, which could be expressed very clearly in these documents. And you can see it here. There's a definite concern. And a lot of tensions here. Somebody like Jean-Marie Zodo is totally against this way of seeing things here. But he is a diplomat and he's a high civil servant. And within the framework of the negotiations, he's just implementing and doing what the French state is asking them to do.
Quelques mots de conclusion.
Just a couple of words of conclusion here. You can see through these reflections the ambiguity regarding European citizenship, as it is clearly related to the mobility of workers in Europe at the time. The idea is to award them rights as citizens, but at the same time it leads to fundamental rights as well. But we've got a legal area that is actually lacking, and it's the EU that will have things change. Now, the fundamental rights haven't got the area to express themselves here, and it leads to great political reluctance here, and things which are still present today. Will be interesting to see how the people who aren't nationals, how they see the right to vote or not. Thank you very much for your attention. We can move on to our discussion, like Pascal said.
Ici, c'est la lutte. La fin.
You alluding to there's no European fact except for Eurovision. Everybody sings in English here, and there's a reaction here and a reaction there here. The question is there really a significant European celebration here, equivalent to, I don't know, Bastille Day in France? I would be tempted to say no, but anyway, I may be mistaken there. Sorry, we can't hear the people because they're not using a mic. The people in the room, they need to take a mic for us to be able to translate.
D'accord.
Que la Maison de l'Europe d'Albertville de la Savoie est la seule. Merci beaucoup. Et la seule à organiser la fête de l'Europe. J'ai la voix qui porte, oui. J'ai les oreilles. Encore pas mal. Parce que c'est pour m'entendre, je parle fort. Et donc,
I usually do speak louder here, but I would say the European celebration is only organized by la Maison de l'Arbre, the House of Europe in the Savoie region. But the 8th of May, the media do talk about this symbol regarding Euro, and that's the 8th of May. And why do we celebrate the 8th of May? But we need to clearly disseminate this and develop it. No, it's kind of crazy. I'm not criticizing you here. It's good to see it existing here. What Rousseau, you need an attachment to be a Corsican from Poland here or from France. I mean, don't forget he's from Switzerland here. This is the idea. This feeling, this belonging, this feeling of belonging to a nation is something that is not a sin here. It should not be discarded. But within this feeling of belonging, then we need to have strong symbols here, and it's true for Corsicans. It's true for everybody. Symbolum means what brings everything together. What's diabolic separates people. So we need symbols because it brings people together. The notion of belonging here. There are a lot of European symbols that go beyond the borders here. I mean, de facto here, from a cultural point of view, we got European literature here. There are a lot of things which we share, a lot of common things. These are things we need to focus on. But it's going to be a long-term effort here through national education, through universities here. Which we can't just create overnight a belonging and something emotional here, something effective here. There aren't any specific contemporary events that are significant enough. I would say the end of the Second World War and the end of the First World War, those two things could be as the cement here, could bond us here. Kohl and Mitterrand holding hands at a given time. It's quite a symbol when you think about it. Now, I don't know how far we can go in that area and who's supposed to do so. I'm very naive regarding that, very candid. I'm just throwing out a couple of ideas, not as a philosopher, but as, I don't know. If this may seem extremely banal beyond the fact, we've got the what's called the Day of Europe. We've got the European flag here, and it's quite amazing when you think about it. Here we've got the European currency. Those are very strong symbols here, and the space you can circulate very freely. It doesn't concern all countries here, but there are some very strong things here. We've got a European anthem here. There's a definite determination to go towards the Union.
Alors, what Rousseau is saying is that we constantly need to be talking about this, maybe not all the time. Okay, the euro is a currency, and when I was young, I remember people saying that's never going to happen, and it did. So maybe we need to work on that idea. And just to answer your question, I don't know if you remember, but and I can't quite remember the situation, but at one point the French had put the European flag under the Arc de Triomphe, and everybody was up in arms, and so they took it down. And that shows that you need to be brave enough sometimes to really, put your money where your mouth is. And it's not just, I'm not suggesting we have a federalist approach, but just say who we are. And one of Europe's problems, I would say, for people who feel European is that we just look away. We tend to look away. And that's a shame. There's no reason to be afraid of public opinion. Like you were saying, the Italians coming to vote and going to tip the balance for local elections, voting rights for European nationals for municipal elections is okay. But so we need to try and be brave enough, politically speaking, to do away with those barriers. And it's all very well sitting here saying that, but it's a very different story to implement it, especially when we're facing so many crises. But personally speaking, I don't think we have a choice. We really need to do this. We have no other alternative. And on that topic of European Celebration Day,
the normal commemorations that we tend to see, whether it's for the 11th of November or the 8th of May to do with the war, have been very focused on the military side of things. And maybe we don't understand the political significance of the 8th of May enough. Europe will not give in to the Nazis. That is what it's all about. And the European project is built on that precept. So I believe that this political idea is often left aside, and the whole thing becomes more traditional, more military, and Europe could be showcased a little bit more.
Alors peut-être pour bien répondre à...
Perhaps to fully answer the question that we were being asked
J'ai bien compris sur
on internet,
européenne du
are there
Du coup, c'est l'occasion
historical open days
Est-ce que vous avez
around in other countries in Europe, as they do in France? Do you set aside a weekend? So in France, it takes place in September, and it's called the National Heritage Days, and various historical sites that are not normally open to the public open their doors and allow people to come in. And there are a whole host of events also that are organized in the cultural field, in the historical. Does anyone else do this? Is that important to other countries? It's really become an event, a very important event in France.
Oui.
Yes, please. In Spain, yes, right. Sorry, the comment is being made without a microphone and the translators cannot hear. Thank you. It's the UNESCO Day that we celebrate on the 10th of November. But otherwise, I don't think so, no.
Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres réactions ou questions?
Yet, are there any other comments or questions? Well, there are also the European cultural itineraries. There's Saint-Jacques, the road to Compostela, but there are also others that have been designed by several countries together.
Même si on pense à l'euro,
and even when we talk about the euro as a currency, it's always good to look on the other side of the coin and see what different countries have decided to use as a symbol, or the person, the historical figure that they've decided to put. I think the 50 cents in Italy is Dante. If I'm not mistaken, there must be a Spanish coin which shows Cervantes.
Bien sûr, de grands auteurs.
Of course, these are very famous authors, but they're also very famous European authors because their work has greatly inspired. Maybe we could put Rousseau forward. Absolutely. Very good idea. But I think the chairman here would rather have Voltaire. Maybe we could have 2 coins.
Pas de dispute, si. Un petit peu.
Merci. J'ai une question pour professeur Anne-Sophie.
I have a question for Madame Nardelli. Do you believe that the transnational list project for European elections is feasible? I think we've been talking about this for 10 years now, to change the way that we organize European elections so that we can really design a true European space. And, you know, transnational lists, is that something that you think could work? Well, I don't think I'll comment the feasibility of it. However, we do already have cases of MEPs who are elected because you can stand both locally and on a European level. So we have European MPs who often are binationals. For instance, there was an MEP who was an Italian MP and also an MEP for France. So, as I've said, they're often binationals, but they are citizens of another country and are standing in the European Union elections. So it does exist. And maybe the next step would be these transnational lists. And once you become an MEP, you're elected, you make up political groups. You're part of a political group. And those groups discuss Europe and different approaches to Europe. So I believe it's quite logical, actually, to have this kind of list. And perhaps it would help the debate go beyond the borders, as is often the case in European elections. In France, I think it's very much the case. When European elections come along, we don't really talk about Europe, but France's position in Europe or national challenges. And perhaps we're not the only country to do this. But yes, it's everywhere. Fine. So I don't know if it's officially feasible and at within what time frame, but I think it would be a good idea, politically speaking, if the European Parliament really wants to do things properly. And there is this amazing fact that MEPs can be elected for a different country than the place where they are a citizen. And perhaps there aren't many, but it is a fact. Good morning. I have a question for Romania. What do you think about the fact that Bulgaria, Romania and Croatia took much longer to enter the Schengen space? I think it will be the case in 2023. You've been members of the EU, but you're not in Schengen. So as a Romanian citizen and a European Union citizen, how does that feel? Well, if we're talking about European elections in France, in Romania, everywhere, European elections are seen as less important because the national political problems are what we are discussing. And it's the same for Romanians. We are Romanians, but we're also a part of the EU since 2007, but we are not in the Schengen space. So we feel like we're, lower grade citizens of Europe. Because for technical reasons, we cannot be members of Schengen. And even though we have fulfilled the criteria, there is reluctance from some member states to include us. So we definitely feel like we're lesser grade citizens. We have restricted rights. Yep, and citizenship cannot have different levels. It's not possible. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
prie. Peut-être le micro là-bas.
Please use the microphone.
Merci.
Thank you.
J'apprécie toujours quand j'entends parler de
It's always good to hear about European citizenship and superimposition, but you forgot to mention substitution.
important de noter les
And
deux.
I think it's important to specify these two words. It's not
Ne remplace pas.
substitution citizenship. It's not there to replace, but it's not enough either to say that it's a superimposed citizenship. And
À la place et pour remplacer la
I'm just trying to really underline the difference between these two terms, because a lot of people who are nationalists don't understand that why you should be a European citizen. They just think of their own nation.
Merci, on aura
Thank you. Sorry.
l'occasion d'y revenir.
Well, certainly. Sorry.
On va peut-être passer à la seconde session.
Maybe let's move on to the next session.
J'avais juste une dernière question, ça portait sur la monnaie,
I had a question on the currency.
l'euro.
Not everybody has the euro, and therefore there is no unity. So Brexit was inevitable.
Voilà,
They're not making the same choices. There are differences, deep-rooted differences.
Ce que vous voulez dire, c'est est-ce que le refus britannique
What you mean is that the UK's refusal to be a part of the euro meant that they didn't feel fully European. Yes,
Les Anglais, il me semble.
and it's not just the Brits, I think, who've chosen not to adopt the euro. And I think that really has devised Europe, been very divisive in Europe. Is that playing a strong role? Is it a big influence? Thank you.
Alors,
Well, yes, to the extent that currency has always been a sovereign prerogative. So symbolically, it's very important to give that up to a European Union.
par ailleurs, le poids des politiques
And the weight of economic and
des choix profondément
budgetary policy is very political. It's not just technical and financial.
Oui, il est évident que
Of course,
ça crée un clivage.
it is divisive.
Ça crée un
I
clivage,
believe so, yes.
choisi ou pas, ou rejeté.
Whether you have the euro or not, whether you accept it or not. I'm sorry, I have
Votre question.
a croaky voice at the moment. Maybe we can talk further in the margins. But, sorry, one more question?
Dit tout à l'heure,
Yeah, this gentleman was very articulate. The euro brings people together, and it's also a means to identify. And if you're outside of that, then it's tricky. For the Brits, it's very clear. Once you backtrack, that's it. No going forward.
temporisé pour X
No turning back. And
aspect technique, mais à terme,
of course, there are technical hurdles, but over time, yes, it does impact identity, not just politically and financially. It's the thing that you touch every day. I mean, it's no small thing.
La question qui vient d'être posée,
I was just listening to the question on the euro.
d'une réflexion plus vaste,
It's
l'Europe a plusieurs
part
vitesses
of overall
politiques.
concept that Europe has different speeds. Some European states would like to work together and others cannot. And should we be in favor of the two-speed Europe or not? And this is a debate that you can plug into whatever you're dealing with. Here we're talking about currency, but you could talk about European policy, other European policies. Perhaps you shouldn't
Une Europe qui serait
be
frontières, parce que
thinking about a Europe with one single border, because the border changes according to circumstances, negotiations, how involved the people feel with Europe. And we can see that we have a lot of problems trying to get to consensus. And if various states agree to work together on a project, well, does that make a sub-alliance and devise Europe? But is it not also a way of moving things forward? And of course, that's a complex debate. Absolutely. Well, we're talking about things that can boost that feeling of being European. And here, again, it's perhaps quite obvious. The language. In the US, some states, fought against each other. There was the Civil War, a War of Secession, which was terrible. But they all speak the same language. I have a sister who lives in Poland, for instance. She is bilingual, but it's not my case. Even though I love Poland, I cannot understand the language. I have a brother who lives in Sweden, and it's the same. I feel welcome there because my brother is there, but I do not speak Swedish. So either you speak the lingua franca, English, that everybody understands, except the Brits, of course, because it's globish, or you accept that we love each other very much, but we don't always understand each other because we don't speak the same language. And that's a really big handicap for Europe, and it's not about to go away. I don't know how we can tackle that through education. Maybe the new generations in future will be able to overcome this problem. I lived in Strasbourg for 35 years, and the Germans who live just across the border don't necessarily speak French. In fact, a lot of them, not a single word. On the French side, they are Alsatian, and so that's different because they speak German. But even amongst neighbours, is what I'm saying, there is that break in communication because of language, and it's hard to have a common project. Perhaps one last question before we move on to the next session. And it would be a shame because Pascal was so good at keeping time. I'd like to continue on this issue of language. Maybe we could take each language and say that one language was taught in schools, say English. I have my own personal opinion on that, of course. I think everybody does. And maybe Esperanto, I don't know, is that a European language? I know there was a debate, create a European language with words that come from each different nation, each country. So would the solution be international English, or in schools should we say that each country should include neighboring languages? So in France, you have to learn Spanish, you have to learn Italian. Well, in UNITA, I think we're all about bringing together Latin universities. Absolutely. Thank you, Pascal. Let me just answer that question. In the UNITA, European University, we chose not to do that, not to make everything uniform. We want to each speak our own language. And today, the conference is mainly in French because we're in French. But of course, it's being translated into English. We like to describe ourselves as being English friendly. But what we're trying to do is establish ways of better understanding the common root languages. So the Latin languages, for instance, and we try and make sure that people can speak their own language and be understood. So it's an ambitious approach, but it is working. People need to try a little bit harder on both sides. But for us, we believe that European university alliances should not just be about speaking English, Globish English. They need to try and really defend the linguistic diversity of Europe, and that is what we at UNITA are trying to do. So thank you for your question, because it's worth underlining. There is one great European language, that is Latin.
No?
No? Yeah, we need to stop this discussion. I'm sorry. We have a last comment.
Philippe Herzog, je pense que
Philippe Herzog, I think a lot of you know him through the book From One Revolution to Another. He talks about European culture and the problem that we don't understand each other enough. What he suggests is that we learn right from primary school at least two languages, so that kids are more than bilingual, trilingual, so that they can talk to their neighboring countries. European citizenship is, even if it is economic, cultural first and foremost, and that is where the problem lies.
Alors, je vais inviter Monsieur Arruego et
Mr. Arruego and Madame Bercea, please, could you come to the floor? They are two researchers from Zaragoza University and Timişoara University. If they could come up to the platform, please.
La parole. Donc là, nous allons passer à des...
We are now going to move on to more legal dealings, but that raise very interesting issues as well.
Internet, donc pour vous expliquer que...
If I could just take this opportunity to explain something. We're thrilled that various students from the Franco-German qualification are here with their professor, Jean-Philippe Clerc. So these young students are totally bilingual, French and German.
Voilà, et donc finalement,
and
l'anglais.
Also speak English.
Okay. So, good morning.
Bonjour à tous. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Je ne sais pas si je suis trop grand, trop petit. Je me sens un petit peu menacée là. Bon.
So, good morning.
Bonjour.
From the University of Zaragoza and okay. This is better? Yeah? Okay, perfect. I feel there is something here, right? Anyway, and you know, it's nice what I'm going to do, you know, after listening the last interventions, because I'm going to speak in English. Yes. sorry for, no, I'm not going to apologize, come on. So good morning to everyone. I'm extremely happy to be here. I just want to thank the organizers sincerely, because it's my first time here, and I hope not the last one, though I'm not very confident, because, you know, after listening to me, usually people do not invite me to events anymore. Let's hope this is not the chance. I want to really thank you. This has given me the chance of knowing your beautiful city, meeting other UNITA colleagues, and I want to thank especially Anne-Sophie, but not only for the organization of the event, but mostly because of the exchange of restaurants and restaurant recommendations. Yeah, come on, the important things of life are the important things of life. And I'm going to speak about euthanasia, so let's focus on the important things of life, okay? Yeah, okay. So I want to pose you and my intervention poses you the following question, actually. It's this one. Is something changing in the debate about the legalization of assisted death, at least in Europe? And of course, the title of my intervention already is on a spoiler alert. If you read it through it, you might say yes, probably yes. And indeed, I believe that something is changing or has already changed, to the point, and that's my opinion, that the clock is ticking for those legal orders that have not addressed yet the legalization of assisted death. Why do I say so? Let's have a look to recent events. Currently, we have 4 European countries, well, 4.5, if we take into account the case of Portugal, that have already regulated assisted death. The well-known case of the 3 Benelux countries, and almost 2 decades after them, Spain, where I come from, we legalized euthanasia in 2021, by the beginning of 2021. And we, of course, have to bear in mind the peculiar cases of Germany, Austria, and outside the European Union, the well-known case of Switzerland. Okay, 4.5, then Austria, Germany, you might say this is not too much, and you might be probably right. But the issue, and at least that's my belief, are not really the legislative movements towards the legalization of some form of assisted death, but how the highest national, constitutional, and international courts are facing the issue, especially when they are forced to do so due to the lack of regulation. I will return to this by the end of my intervention. But now let's go back to the beginning. As I told you, and as I said, we can perceive in recent years a certain turning point in the debate about assisted death. A change of trend, I believe, in favor of its legalization, and both inside and outside Europe. And this change has more to do so with the activity of the constitutional and human rights courts than with the action of the legislature. Actually, courts have altered the parameters, the coordinates of the debate. They have changed the rules of the game, I believe. We can go back to 1997 to Colombia, which was the first constitutional court to recognize that under the Colombian constitution there is a fundamental right to a dignified death. But I'm more interested in the recent and accelerated events that have taken place. Carter in Canada, 2015. Cappato in Italy, 2018 and 2019. German Federal Constitutional Court ruling on the provision of assisted death as a service, February 2020. Austrian Constitutional Court ruling on assisted suicide, December 2020. Portuguese Constitutional Court ruling on medically assisted death, March 2021. But it's been undoubtedly the constant evolution of the doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights since Priti in 2002, which has altered the paradigm of the discussion in the European context. And so I'm speaking about different, legal orders and different jurisdictions. I think that it's possible to clearly identify common argumentative patterns in all these jurisdictional movements. The main argument in defense of the legality of assisted death is every person's free and responsible self-determination capacity in accordance with her own convictions. not only to conduct his or her life, but also to decide about his or her body, his or her health, and also and particularly his or her death. This was the starting point of the Colombian Constitutional Court in a reasoning that has been repeated after. Its construction is based on the construction of the fundamental right to a dignified death that I mentioned earlier is based on two pillars: human dignity and free development of the personality, which protect autonomy over those matters which are the most intimate matters to a person's life and existence. Exactly the same pillars, human dignity and free development of the personality, are used by the German Constitutional Court to recognize a right to a self-determined death. Similar argumentation by the Austrian Constitutional Court to assert the existence of a constitutional right to a dignified death, and exactly the same argumentation by the Portuguese Constitutional Court in order to determine that the legalization of assisted death in Portugal, despite the fact that the Portuguese Constitution guarantees the inviolability of human life, is not a problem per se, but a matter of how you regulate it. But if you take these arguments and you examine them under the light of the evolving doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights, I believe that that's the main question and the main issue. Because the doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights has been moved, the driving force of its doctrine is the intense role progressively recognized or attributed to the principle of individual autonomy. If we take this doctrine on individual autonomy and then we add the peculiarities of the interpretation of Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights, we can understand the conclusion of why the court has finally asserted that the right to private life protects those decisions concerning the end of one's own life. The foundations of this argumentation were established in the well-known Treta case in 2002, but they were even already present in previous decisions of the court, which apparently have a contrary sign to what it has asserted later on. For the European Court of Human Rights, the warranty of individual autonomy under human dignity, again, individual autonomy, human dignity, as you can see, these are the usual suspects in all this argumentation. I insist. Individual autonomy under human dignity and the protection of personal freedom are principles which lie at the heart of the Convention of Human Rights. And personal autonomy is an underlying fundamental principle. We take this. Then we add the doctrine about the kind of personal and intimate decisions that are covered by Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. We add also the doctrine about the right to personal integrity and the right to decide over one's own body, health, and so on, again, under Article 8 of the Convention. And then it's easy to understand why the court has concluded that to decide about the end of one's own life is also protected by Article 8. Actually, the movement of the court has been the following. First, and I'm speaking about early 80s, it radically excluded from the notion of privacy the participation in the death of another human being. Then, and this is pretty, it did not rule out the possibility that the blanket prohibition of being helped to die in order to avoid an undignified and distressing death constituted an interference in the right to privacy protected by Article 8 of the Convention. And finally, and this is the important matter, it has concluded that deciding freely and responsibly how and when one's own life should end and acting accordingly to that decision is protected by Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights, the right to private life, the right for respect to private life. Actually, the court has expressly asserted, has expressly appealed to a right to end one's own life. And it has recalled that should assisted death be legalized, the public authorities must adopt not only preventive measures, but also promotional measures in order to implement that right. As I was saying at the beginning, I honestly believe that this doctrine has radically altered the parameters of the legal debate on assisted death. Why is that? Because we can no longer discuss whether there is a right to dispose of one's own life. There is, under Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. The question we have to face now is how and with which limits we can legalize it and we can regulate it. And it's precisely here where the fundamental right to life and the protection of the fundamental right to life comes into play. And this is another constant of the different jurisdictional movements I was speaking about at the beginning of my intervention. Simplifying a very complex and profuse debate, traditionally the fundamental right to life has played three different possible roles in the debate on assisted death. Excluding radically the possibility of legalizing assisted death as a consequence of the protection of human life that the right imposes. Second, allowing it with different scope because that protection can be accepted by the will of the holder of the right, or protecting a right to die because we interpret that the right to life can be conceived as a freedom, as a liberty. But the truth is that the right to end one's own life is not part of the right to life, actually salient to it. And if you remember the explanation I gave just 5 minutes before about how different jurisdictional bodies have constructed a right to die, none of them have appealed to the right to life to do so. They have appealed to human dignity, autonomy, etc., etc., etc. What is then the relationship between the right to life and assisted death? And the answer lies in how assisted death must be regulated in the case it's legalized. And the key to understand why this is the relationship is the meaning of the fundamental right to life. If we have a look to the different international constitutional documents that enshrine the fundamental right to life, and if we study the interpretation that's been done of them, the right to life is conceived as a warranty that essentially imposes duties of protection on the public authorities. The object of the right to life is physical existence, the physical existence of the person. And the content of the right is aimed at protecting that physical existence against aggressions and threats. That explains why the European Court of Human Rights has stated that any consideration relating to the quality of life or to those decisions that every human being can make about her existence are alien to the right to life. Because the right is first and foremost a prohibition not to kill, which encompasses the duty to protect life. This explains why all the jurisdictions that have affirmed the legality of assisted death, Colombia, Canada, Italy, Germany, Austria, Portugal, the European Court of Human Rights, have shifted the focus to the interpretation of the duty to protect life. The question is the following: can it be imposed on the person's will? Never, only in some circumstances. And in all cases, though it is true that with different scope, the duty to protect life has been reinterpreted in the light of others' rights and principles, particularly autonomy, to conclude what? To conclude that it cannot be imposed against the free and responsible will of the person who wishes to die, not at least under certain circumstances. But being this true, and should assisted death be legalized, the duty to protect life imposes the adoption and the implementation of preventive measures. In order to what? in order to guarantee that the irreversible decision of dying, because dying is irreversible, if you decide to die, game over, there is nothing else to do, is taken freely and responsibly. And that preventive measures are taken to protect the lives of those who are vulnerable. I believe that the doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights leads each legal system to face the following question. Can I neutralize all the risks inherent to the legalization of assisted death? Can I provide a different answer to assisted death than its blanket prohibition? In any case, only under certain circumstances? This is the reason that, to a greater or lesser extent, we find in Canada, we find in Italy, we find in Germany, we find in Portugal. And it's a kind of reasoning that explains all the precautions that are generally adopted when regulating assisted death. Information processes, information about different clinical alternatives, such as palliative care, mechanisms in order to verify that the decision is taken in an absolute free and responsible manner. And this explains too why what I call, well, another authors have also called the medicalized model is usually accepted as the most appropriate, because it provides greater warranties both from the point of view of the person who wants to die, because that allows her to die without pain and without suffering, and also from the point of view of the effective implementation and control mechanisms that have to be taken when legalizing assisted death. In short, and just to wrap everything up, as I said at the beginning of my intervention, we are witnessing a paradigm shift in the debate on assisted death. A change perfectly synthesized by the doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights, which has put the focus not on whether there exists a right to die, but on the different alternatives and possibilities of regulating assisted death, complying with the obligation to protect life imposed by Article 2 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Now it's the time for every legal system to evaluate its capacity to neutralize the risks inherent to the legalization of assisted death. If we have a closer look, and this is the reason why I was saying at the beginning of my intervention that the clock is ticking, the doctrine of the European Court of Human Rights is articulated between two poles, which are interrelated. On the one hand, we have respect for private life, and in the other hand, we have the right to life. And at least for the time being, and this is the key question, for the time being and only for the time being, it has provided a flexible framework in order to accommodate, although not without tensions, the different national regulatory models on assisted death, from blanket prohibition to different models of legalization. But we cannot hide the fact that this flexibility is potentially temporary. Why? Because the dominant pole is autonomy, is Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and the role played by Article 2, by the right to life, is contingent. That's the reason why the protection of human life per se is no longer the reasoning for opposing the legalization of assisted death, but the warranty of freedom, of responsibility, and the protection of the vulnerable, which is very different. So, is it really impossible to avert the dangers of assisted death? Don't our legal systems already guarantee choices in the medical context that de facto mean executing the decision to die, and even with the help of others? Aren't those decisions precisely allowed in situations of particular vulnerability of the persons that are taking those decisions? Are we not, as the Italian Constitutional Court and the Austrian Constitutional Court have stated, facing an untenable inconsistency in our legal systems, having different European experiences already showed that assisted death can be legalized and that the answer can be different to blanket prohibition. As I said, those legal orders that have not faced yet the regulation of any form of assisted death are in a growing delicate position. And this situation can only worsen with the passage of time, especially if the situation is not addressed by the Parliament and is left to decide to the courts. As I said, the clock seems to be ticking, and the time seems to be running out. Indulge me. Tick, tack, tick, tack, tick. Thank you so much.
Bonjour. Est-ce que je peux commencer? Est-ce que vous m'entendez assez bien? Merci beaucoup de cette invitation. C'est un plaisir.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you. Thank you for inviting me to speak.
De l'intervention à laquelle nous
So, picking up from what we just heard, I'd like to say that I'm going to be talking to you about the questions of crisis of the rule of law, and I'm sure that when we talk about ending one's life decisions, it's true that Romania is not yet at the stage, but I do agree that these are questions that will become essential. So, speaking of the crisis of the rule of law and its various concepts will be the topic, and I will try to link that to the speak of that in connection with the protection of human rights. Let me mention a few points concerning the Romanian Constitution, which appears in the very first article, and amongst other elements, it talks about the protection of fundamental rights and the independence of the judiciary. And you'll see how these two are very interconnected in the current crisis. These values are protected by what we call the eternity clause, is that the Constitution must always protect these rights. And so there can be no revisions that would deteriorate the protections of these 2 points, the basic rights and independence of the judiciary. But it's a rather open concept in the Romanian judicial system. And there are also the questions of any supranational laws. And so in the Romanian Constitution, which was revised in 2003, upon joining the European Union, we've got Article 148 that stipulates the preeminence of the European law over any potentially contradictory laws. And then there's also the monist principle is also protected in Article 50. And so it means that the European protection of human rights are automatically integrated in Romania, and judges must apply the higher level of protection if it is the European protections. And so these protections are meant to be present not only in the Constitution, but also because they are subject to the European protections. So in this context, where the rule of law appears to be so well protected, at least in the terms of the text, we have nonetheless seen in 2017-18 attacks on these values, infringements of these texts, and it's in fact a lot of different small measures that has created the crisis, and very many realized that it was urgent to prevent any further deterioration of the situation. In 2017, for example, there were demonstrations in the streets, thousands of Romanians protesting against reforms to depenalize certain corruption, forms of corruption, whereas it was well known that there were members of the government who would be pursued for corruption once they were no longer in office. And so we began to see certain more pressure as well on prosecutors to not pursue certain corruption proceedings, and there was one prosecutor at the head of the anti-corruption department, and saw that he was increasingly being limited in his actions. And in 2018, a body was established to investigate the judges and prosecutors. And so this raised huge fears of a political pressures. In 2019, the government implemented emergency laws without going via the parliament, and wanted to change the laws on the responsibility of magistrates. So all of these changes are interlinked. And in 2019, there was a great concern over the trends for rule of law in Romania. So how did we avoid a full-blown crisis? Well, there are several elements here. First of all, is the mechanism of cooperation and validation in Europe. And just earlier this week, we have seen that Europe believes that the situation has been corrected in Romania, or is not worsening. But there's a second, but there is yet another mechanism. In 2019, there were some 30 referrals, preliminary rulings, and this required discussion between the European Court of Justice and the national judiciary to consider whether the reforms would impact rulings of the national judges. So that is the dialogue that I'm going to be discussing, that mechanism I'm going to be discussing. So there are several waves of these referrals. Now, I know this is going to be rather technical and legal terms, and so this allows a national judge to refer a case or questions to the European Court of Justice if the judge believes that the national law is in conflict with European laws, or it can be rulings or laws. And it allows the judge to seek aid from the court. But it is the national judge who remains a master of the process, but he can seek a European opinion. And so currently we are now at about a sixth wave of these preliminary referrals. And there have been various cases. So what has been going on? Well, first of all, there's the questions such as the special investigative body investigating judges that I mentioned, and which is very much involved with the executive branch. So you can see that the executive and the judiciary, the boundary is no longer clear. And so this is where the mechanism for cooperation and verification comes into play. And the European Court of Justice was also asked to intervene on matters of the primacy of European law over any national laws. And so, the reforms to the Romanian constitution are called into question. Then we have other waves, some of which concern penal cases, and these were on cases of corruption. And so the question addressed to the European Court of Justice was to, again, speak to certain rulings by the Constitutional Court in Romania, which appeared to be in contradiction with the European laws. And because there was currently a crossover between civil cases and penal cases, that was unclear. Then there was a question on the powers of the Constitutional Court to limit the rulings of judges, and also prohibiting judges from referring cases of requesting of the European Court of Justice to review a case. So we have this dialogue underway, which is very intense, and normally the judges are meant to be fully protected, and normally a national judge can refer to, so it allows a direct communication between a national judge and the European Court of Justice, the ECJ. But in the particular Romanian context, there is concern over the independence of these judges, and there are associations of magistrates, be it prosecutors or judge, who are speaking up, and they are a party to these cases. So the question arises very quickly: is this a strategic dialogue? Are these judges, in fact, creating cases to try to get the ECJ to intervene? And then what will be the rulings? Because sometimes these their ruling could run counter to what the political party in power would want. So this is why they do not want the judges able to raise certain cases that are, for example, an evaluation of the way in which the government is getting too involved in the judiciary system. And this is normally not for the ECJ to respond to that type of a question. So there are questions of ethics. We have a mechanism that is being actively used by ordinary judges, but within the national systems, there is criticism of the judges referring to the European level as they try to assert their authority counter to the Romanian constitution.
I think there are three things that clearly need to be specified here. Starting off with this question of is it receivable here? Is it totally legal, or isn't it more of a political issue here? We're talking about admissibility here, talking about the general counsellor here in the question of the rule of law coming from Hungary. There are a lot of referrals coming from Hungary and from Romania in terms of the question of rule of law. But there was also somebody from the judge in Hungary here. He referred it to the Court of Judges. The General Counsellor asked for the High Court of Hungary to actually refuse that and to cancel it, which means that the then was submitted to disciplinary court here. And the reminder was, before they actually ruled, they said that there has to be a link between the question raised by the national judge and the case that is being judged here. The national judge can't consider assumptions before the European Court. There has to be a link and the need coming from the Court of Judges before the judge can actually rule. But what the general advocate said, in fact, we can see that there are national judges from Central Europe, from Eastern Europe, and they are representing not so much, how can I put it, legal issues, but they these are judges that they know that they will be sanctioned in a disciplinary way if they try and put in place this state of law here, the rule of law. Now, the question of relating to Hungary, the question is it admissible or not? And then the question of loyalty here. National judges, are they supposed to be loyal to the rule of law as we understand it within the national system, even in situations the situation is getting worse here, or should they be loyal to their European mandate, which is what they actually receive from the actual treaties? Now, obviously, there is a principle, and that's for students who aren't at law school. The law of European law can't replace the national law if there aren't any national procedures. There aren't any specific European procedures. It's the national proceedings through which European law is enforced and is implemented. But the procedures and proceedings in question have to guarantee the overall efficiency of European law and their equivalency with national law. Having said that, if a national law is talking invokes European law, it doesn't mean that they are not exposed to their line management here, including to disciplinary hierarchy. At the same time, it's not possible, and that's a question, that's a conclusion that always appears in the opinion of the judge here, where we actually saw now here at the very moment when the judge is exposed to a disciplinary action because they referred to the Court of Justice of the EU, and it means that national law is no longer acceptable. The national judge needs to be protected in terms of their right to appeal to the Court of Justice of the EU, and obviously it should not be possible for them to be sanctioned within their homeland here just because they weren't loyal to their actually system here. What's extremely important to bear in mind here is the kind of tension that exists at the very moment when this prejudice exists here between the Constitution of Romania, Article 148, that talks about the primacy of EU law versus national law here. But here there is a sub-thing, the Court of Justice of Romania, the High Court, they say that national law includes national ordinary law and never the actual constitution. And if we actually follow the interpretation of the Constitutional Court of Romania, there's a super legislative but infra-constitutional approach in terms of EU law, which is not in terms of what is the actual case law regarding EU law. But at the same time, we've got this disciplinary sanction, which I just mentioned, which is in place for those judges that don't follow what the High Court has said or what the Constitutional Court has ruled. So it's very difficult for them not to follow a given law here, but at the same time goes against EU law as established by the Court of Justice here. Basically, this means that the role and the power of the Constitutional Court, which says that a law is constitutional or not, that takes precedence in terms of what the judge will do in terms of making sure it meets EU law or not, because otherwise the judge may be sanctioned here. There is this tension here. Just to give you some good news, this text has just disappeared from the law that rules and the status of the magistrates in Romania here. This is quite positive in terms of this situation, the new laws that will be enforced mid-December this year. This was actually controlled by the Constitutional Court, which was seized, and the court decided that in the absence of this article within the new law is actually deemed constitutional. They have actually accepted, they've realized that there is the existence of a conflict between the mandate of the national judges and also as judges of the EU, and at the same time this article meant that they could not check their compatibility with EU law. I'm already jumping ahead, and this is a question that we are seeing more and more, which wasn't the case before. And when we were talking about the various referrals, what is the position of the Constitutional Court of Romania regarding all these referrals here? A lot of the referrals in question concern the activity of the Constitutional Court itself. Now, I can't say that much in favor of the Constitutional Court, because for the moment they did not react as they should have regarding the position of the Court of Justice of the EU, which is why it took a second and even third wave of action, where we were talking about the Constitutional Court that was put in question, and they came up with a ruling here, ruling 390, and they come back to what was decided on in the first wave of referrals here. The judgment of the Court of Justice, they decided that the decision of the Commission imposing the mechanism of cooperation and verification was deemed compulsory, was mandatory, and seeing how the new organization that was supposed to investigate the judge was created via various ordinances here and bylaws without it being referred to the court or the Constitutional Court. The Court of Justice provided criteria to help out national judges following the idea of making them independent. The Constitutional Court of Romania went beyond what the Court of Justice said in the ruling in question. They considered that even though the decision was mandatory. It couldn't be included with the constitutionality decision and the law, including those laws pertaining to the organisation, investigation. The magistrates was deemed constitutional. Certain provisions had been considered as being non-constitutional, but the criteria suggested by the Court of Justice when taken into account by the Constitutional Court. The Court, once again, by deciding that the respective laws were constitutional, considering the disciplinary sanctions attached to that decision for those judges not respected, stopped the national judges to use the criteria suggested by the Court of Justice by controlling the constitutionality. So as you can see, there are a lot of levels of criticism. Since we're in France, this is a position that transforms control of conventionality into constitutionality, which is the opposite of the case law attached to arce law, meaning that the supra and infra supremacy applies or doesn't here. The court and they implicitly implies dialogue, and it's reluctant meant that the ordinary judges have to refer more so. And now we're in a position where we've got ruling of the Court of Justice where we can read things like not only the Constitutional Court of Romania itself is subjected to the very idea of primacy, but primacy is opposed to the national judges be sanctioned if they're respecting the decisions of the Court of Justice of the EU, and if they can no longer exercise their European mandate. Discussion has gone far now, and a lot of things have been said in terms of the very activity of the legal system in Romania. This is a reaction to how, in a very unfortunate way, the Constitutional Court in Romania acted in this particular situation here. The court itself hasn't really considered that it was necessary to refer it to the Court of Justice of the EU regarding the discussion that was in question, the dialogue between the ordinary judge and the European judge. The Court of Justice in Romania, they only referred to one thing, and that was within the Hamilton case that may speak to you. We were talking about the possibility of recognizing the consequences of a marriage of same-gender couples here outside of Romania in relation to European law. Now we had a referral where we're talking about the rule of law. Constitutional Court decided not to refer, and it was strongly present within this dialogue here. Now the consequences are we had many awkward situations. Ordinary judges had the courage to actually follow the criteria suggested by the Court of Justice, not to follow the decision of the Constitutional Court, and they were sanctioned from a disciplinary point of view. Others followed the decisions of the Constitutional Court. They applied national law and not EU law. Other judges continued and maintained dialogue and referred the questions pertaining to this particular conflict. And there's other judges just decided that the question had already been clarified by the Court of Justice, and they applied the criteria of the Court of Justice without referring to the position of the Constitutional Court. The positive point here, if we consider this whole issue, the Romanian referrals have forced the jurisprudence to go much further in terms of rule of law. It's no longer just a purely Polish, Romanian or Hungarian position. We're talking about the interpretation of EU law here, and we're talking about standards which can be opposable to all national judges, regardless of the country we are talking about within the EU. One question which is very important, and I think honestly the competency of the Court of Justice in anything pertaining to rule of law, that position has been consolidated. Article 2 here, Article 19 and 1947 of the Charter, and those are the standards here, and the elements which consider the power of the court to be involved in those cases that seem to be purely internal cases here. Because the question that was raised here was the organization of the legal system, the way the judges are elected, their disciplinary responsibility of judges. It's not within the competency of the EU, but it's a purely internal question here. Now, in terms of what the Court of Justice has said, what they have said in terms of the compliance to European law, of a national law, like, for example, the national law that establishes the specialized organization within the investigation on the judge. It provides to the national courts guidelines so that they can solve this particular issue here. And it was sufficient for people to actually consider the critical points that may be seen within their national legal system. Something else extremely important is it is actually specifically qualified as being an element of primacy. We can't accept the primacy of EU law, which is unopposable here, and limit the opportunity of the ordinary judge to activate this constitutional link which they have with the Court of Justice of the EU here. A national system that would actually restrain the power of judges to be able to refer to the Court of Justice, that would be a system which would no longer be respecting the principle of primacy here. And we've got something in terms of the non-regression of the rule of law. There are two cases that are very relevant in this particular area. We've got the case of the Portuguese judges and the Publica case. The court had already established that when a state becomes a member of the EU, there is a presumption that the legal system in place is a system that's based on rule of law and the mutual trust and mutual confidence of the other courts of law, and together with the other, for example, by enforcing a possible warrant here. This mutual respect is based on the presumption that the jurisdictions in question are independent here, so the courts of law. And what the court has stated is that this value of justice independence is a value where we can't see any possible regression. The principle of non-regression is clearly established by the Court of Justice of the EU as being one of the very principles of legal operations and proceedings in Europe. And here we're talking about how about human rights. We've got the impression that we've just talked about the independence of justice and rule of law in within the EU. Well, obviously, we've got Article 47 here, which together with when we consider Article 6, that relates to human rights here. And we're talking clearly about we are allowed to have access to the courts and to have a fair law. Now here we've got the independence of judges here. That is clearly important. Now a judge who is not independent here, and let's imagine his lack of independence when he's judging in national cases. Let's imagine that's the responsibility of the state. But when this judge decides in questions regarding European law, and the judge of common law, the judge before whom we will be when we've got a concern in terms of a right that is recognized by the EU. That judge in the morning, can he be seen as being non-independent when he's judging the internal issues, but become independent when he has to rule something that pertains to EU law, and the Court of Justice of the EU gets its competence from there. We need to recognize to the European citizens the rights of a fair trial according to Article 47 of this Charter, which has the very value of this treaty, but at the same time it has to be performed by the national judge. So the national judges have to respect how they are elected and how they actually behave in the courts here. They have to respect the standards of a fair trial here. And just here, because I can see I've widely exceeded the time I was given. Fortunately, Anne-Sophie can't see me, but she can hear me. Can I get 5 minutes?
Therefore, I avoid any question.
Non, mais peut-être juste deux observations.
Just two observations, and these are my two last observations in terms of fundamental rights here, and to talk about this question in terms of a fundamental law here. Let's consider the fundamental law of the judges here. They haven't got special things to be judges. There aren't any fundamental rights to become a judge, but a lot of cases were considered as admissible here. And at the end, some of the violations that were mentioned by the judge had been observed by the European Court of Human Rights. I've got some words we got back from Hungary. He was president of the High Court in Hungary and a previous judge for Hungary at the European Court of Human Rights here, and he also was the general counsellor, the Attorney General within the Romanian system, and basically Jean-Jacques, he's one of the judges that's one of the most active here, and we hear often when we're talking about rule of law in Poland. All these questions, the court decided that their mandate had been interrupted here because they were actually criticizing the law of justice in their respective countries, and their mandate was interrupted in a discretional way here. In this case, so we've got Articles 6 and 10 of the Convention. Both were considered as being incident questions. Now, the question is, can we actually talk about the right to freedom of speech and also an obligation of the judge to actually put in respect the sliding of the legal system? And in fact, the European Court of Human Rights considered the answer is yes. The judge has to speak up when the legal system is no longer deemed independent. That is just one step. You need to refer to, when you refer to the Court of Justice, is this a manifestation of freedom of speech? Can we superimpose this on Article 10 of the Convention of the Agreement, or 11 when we consider the fundamental rights? Sorry for going beyond the time I was given here, taking up a bit too much time. Okay.
Actually, I'm extremely sorry, but I have to run to take a train to go back to Geneva and to take a flight to Amsterdam. So it's so I literally have 5 to 10 minutes, no more.
Alors, est-ce qu'il y aurait une question précise sur la contribution qui a été celle de M. Arruego?
Sorry, we can't hear anything here.
First time that it happens to me, actually. So, thank you. So, really, no questions. Not even if I may ask. Okay, you. Yeah, you.
Sorry, no question. The mics aren't on, so the interpreters cannot hear anything.
Désolée, Madame Bercea, j'ai deux.
Yes, sorry, I've got two quick questions here. I'd like to know who protects the principle of non-regression, and also I'd like to know.
On doit lire l'existence de la troisième vague.
We're supposed to see the existence of this third wave within a pro-nationalist political movement. Protecting the principle of who protects the principle of non-regression. I think at the end of the day, there's always a possible referral, and that's a proceeding against those countries that don't respect it here, and it's via the EU and via the Commission. So the non-respect of this obligation can be sanctioned by the Court of Justice of the EU, because they are not respecting EU, which is called infringement. At the end of the day, I'm coming back to the English word, so infringement here. And then in the third wave, the questions raised during the third wave, I mean this one, there we go. The power of the Constitutional Court of remaining and putting in question the EU law. That is probably the question that led to most contingency. At the same time, it was a question raised following the answer of the Constitutional Court of Romania. Not only did they answer through this ruling, as mentioned, but also through press releases. And within the press releases, which I didn't mention, the representative for the court suggested that the respect of primacy in terms of the line suggested in the ruling established in the first wave would need a change of a constitution, which isn't true, by the way. And it's an answer which actually closed the subject between the constitutional judge and the supranational judge, which is where why the ordinary judges sent questions to the court and asked, does that mean that they no longer are supposed to apply European law if it goes against the rulings of the constitutional law? So you got the impression that we got a war between the constitutional court and the ordinary judges, but that is not the case. There are decisions of the constitutional case and the constitutional court rulings that are very compliant in terms of EU law. So the questions where both jurisdictions are linked to each other, except when we're talking about the cases I mentioned, where the perspectives were quite different compared to the standards of rule of law. What's kind of unfortunate as well is
I'll now like to just refer to my slides, but there's a kind of formalism in the rulings of the Constitutional Court that tells us, since the rule of law is a value in the Romanian Constitution and in Article 2 of the functioning of the European Union, the Romanian system is absolutely compatible with European Union law, whereas what the court should have done is to check exactly how the values of the rule of law are implemented and whether they respect national law. So there is this formal approach that avoids analyse, and Romania has been brought before the European Court of Human Rights because it's been too formalistic in its approach, in supposing that if the laws are there, then their values should protect, and are they actually implemented in the system? And that's not always the case, of course. I don't know if I've answered your question.
Merci. Madame.
Thank you.
Savez-vous quelles ont été les réactions de la
Do
Cour?
you know what the Constitutional Court, the Romanian Constitutional Court, how it reacted in relation to the decision by the Karlsruhe Court ruling on the pandemic? Well, I think that also figures on this slide. So the Romanian Constitutional Court goes over in its rulings by referring to, and sometimes more specifically, the Constitutional Court rulings that don't live up to the rules of primacy. The German Constitutional Court judge is perceive things in a different way to the Romanian judge. It's a little bit like a doctrine. You refer to people who support your position so that your position comes across as more resilient. But the German judge's reasoning was not reflected to its proper value by the Constitutional Court judge and to consolidate its position. So this ruling, the ruling I'm referring to, is a very bad one. And what perhaps I forgot to mention is that it's the first time where we get the impression that the Constitutional Court is using the national constitutional identity as a kind of shield against European Union law. And this is the first time this has been used and done in a very serious way without stating the reasons and referring to Article 2 of the European Treaty, which allows differences between member states given their national identity, in relation to their national identity. And so it's as if they're using it like a carte blanche, except that you need to interpret it quite precisely in relation to the European project. And that's what I find slightly worrying. However, to try and balance things out, the European Union law is used as this kind of sword by ordinary judges against rulings and national hierarchy. And so we should be asking, do national judges in this third wave, are they not really calling into question the powers of the Constitutional Court? There was an article that appeared in this doctrine that talked about European law being used either as a shield or as a sword, depending on the circumstances. And that's what we have. The Constitutional Court is using it here as a shield, but the national judges are using it to consolidate their positions and gain more strength. I don't know if some still believe that law is merely legal, and I gave up on that concept a long time ago. Okay, if there are no more comments or questions, well, as I listened to your very interesting presentation, I came up with this non-specialist, non-expert question. At some point, have the European legal institutions decided to draw together the different traditions and compile them, different legal traditions in Europe, and to think about exactly the definitions of what these things mean? State rule of law, for instance. There are a lot of research projects in this field, absolutely, funded by the Commission, but they are research projects, academic projects. It is an endlessly recurring question. Who is in charge? What should we be following? Should it be the doctrine of constitutional law, the court? And of course, ordinary jurisdictions throw up a lot of questions as well. Should we ignore them? And so I think, first and foremost, the national legal systems, judicial systems, need to answer the question of national identity. And then, of course, it's all about comparing legal systems. That is a research project that is funded by the European institutions, as I've said. Okay, so in the chat we've got people congratulating you from where they are. But we are now going to break for lunch. We're running a little bit late, so let's meet again in exactly 1 hour. Okay? Thank you very much, and for all of your questions this morning. Thank you. See you later.
Donc, ouais, ça doit être pour ça, je prêche la bonne parole, mais je ne me la suis pas appliquée à moi-même.
Sorry.
Donc, je reprends.
So let me start again. I'm going to hand over to Giulia Chinaglia, who is a PhD student from the University of Turin, part of UNITA, and then Doriana Treta, who is a PhD between at the Zaragoza University and Chamonix Mont Blanc, and who studied law before that at the University of Timişoara. So these two presentations, as you will see, are a continuation of this morning's discussion on the relationship between citizenship and the political identity that we give to that relationship.
Merci.
Thank you.
So I'm going to speak in English, so sorry to you all. Okay, so today's topic has centered on identity at times, and I will try to further delve into this topic by suggesting some insights on the so-called European identity, if there is such thing, and the criticism that it can be put under, and also the threats that the so-called European identity can experience. So, identity per se is a complex concept, and that has many meanings. And when it comes to the juridical notion of identity, it doesn't become easier at all, because there can actually be two extreme opposites when it comes to the notion, the understanding of identity. It can be either very inclusive when it comes, for example, to constitutional identity in constitutional democratic regimes that value the principle of pluralism, for example. But on the other hand, it can also take very exclusionary turns when the governing force, the governing party, takes identity and exploits it in order to create its own narrative, its own constitutional narrative that includes a specific part of the population and excludes the rest. So in that case, identity becomes a very exclusive concept and notion. So that's more or less the complexity. And then we also add the European level. Is there any European identity? Is there any European constitutional identity? That is what I will not be able to answer because it's a very complex matter, actually, that's still under development. We will see that there have been many changes. We start, for example, from the 1973 Declaration on European Identity that was signed by 9 member states. At the time, there were only 9 member states, and they were decided on promoting this idea of European identity that was still based, yes, of course, on human rights and, for example, the rule of law. But we have already seen that the concept of rule of law is very complex, and each country has its own meaning and understanding of rule of law. For example, from my experience, when we speak about Stato di diritto, which would be the closest translation to rule of law, is still something that's actually quite different. Scholars don't accept that the rule of law notion is actually universal. So when it comes to European identity, to European constitutional identity, and the rulings of the European Court of Justice mentioning rule of law, it's still not a universal notion. So we will see that it's quite complex. And then there are also other threats that are the main topic of my contribution here. So the threats that come from nationalism and populism. I will take Poland and Hungary as examples, but then it's not restricted to those two countries. They're the two most emblematic examples that are still that are under the eye of the European Commission and the European Court, but still. Look at what happened after the Italian elections, for example. So it's something that can happen anywhere, and that's the main message, that these degenerations, these threats to democracy, can actually happen anywhere. And European identity, if it ever begins, if it ever comes to exist and to be consolidated, will be put under these threats. So this is something that through these examples should be further explored, because that's something that could still happen. And the more we intercommunicate with one another, the more these threats could circulate. So that's something that we should be aware of. So this is just an overview. These threats, of course, are of populist and illiberal nature. They have both political and legal aspects that we will examine, and this is just the main parts, the main themes. So there's a strong leader exploiting a populist narrative of us versus them. That's the emblematic expression. Of course, this affects the rule of law and the resistance of the constitutional democracy. And then, of course, there's a different understanding of power. And once this kind of populist threat manages to get their hands on power by winning the elections, for example, there will also follow attacks on the constitutional organs and institutions. For example, the most popular kind of type of attack on these organs is the attack on constitutional courts and the judiciary in general. So, to give you a brief introduction, this is the phenomenon that's been called with several expressions within the doctrine over the years. Farid Zakaria was the first one to speak about illiberal democracy, which is a highly debated notion, because many scholars are opposed to the use of this expression, because it is contradictory, it is oxymoronic, because it just juxtaposes democracy and illiberalism. But then other expressions have arisen. For example, abusive constitutionalism, populist constitutionalism, and so on and so forth. Lastly, the European Parliament, regarding Hungary, defined it as an electoral autocracy. So there's a wide variety of expressions here that try to describe this attack, this threat to constitutional democracy. And they indicate the richness of the debate, the complexity of the debate. So despite the contradictions and despite the complexity, this is actually something that we could benefit from because of the richness and of the opportunity to examine these many aspects that come from this chaos, actually. So this is the general overview, the general idea that in these kinds of regimes, when it comes to these kinds of threats to constitutional democracy, we will find a substantial degree of democracy mixed with a substantial degree of illiberalism. Of course, the formal level is not taken into much account, because what characterizes these regimes is that on the formal level they still appear as democracies, whereas on the substantial level there will be problems that comes from the illiberal narrative, the illiberal nature of these phenomena. And also the way democracy is understood is a radical understanding of democracy that comes with the populist narrative that interprets the people as the ones that should take power without in an immediate way, without any intermediaries. So we will further explore this concept. The recurring features, so we have seen that constitutional democracy can be threatened on many levels, and to explore these kinds of threats, we should also be aware of the recurring features that they have. As I was anticipating, we have more political aspects that regard the leader, their populist strategy, the myth of the authentic people, and on the other hand, we will also explore more juridical concepts. So the way this affects the constitution, the use of the ordinary legislation, and the constitutional organs then there are also other aspects that are the consequences of this understanding of power and of the role of the legislation that degenerate into other understandings of the way power is distributed. So that's why we speak of neo-patrimonialism and refeudalization of power, because in the end, the ultimate result is a concentration of power in the hands of one single person that resembles the feudal model of power distribution. So, as I was introducing, there will be a charismatic leader. We have seen that in, for example, in Hungary. We have seen that in Poland. We still see that in other European countries. So that's why this kind of threat is quite widespread. There will be a populist leader that exploits this kind of narrative centered on the authentic people, the claim that there is an authentic people, that's the target electorate of these political forces, that should take power back in order to defeat the so-called corrupt elites. We all have heard this kind of narrative, the elites and the other enemies, because there's this understanding of the people that's quite exclusionary. That's why when this develops into an actual constitutional identity, it becomes discriminatory against whoever does not belong to the so-called people. So there's double narrative of the corrupt elites on the one hand and the other enemies on the other, and they should take power. But then that's a narrative, because in the end the power is centered on the leader. But the narrative risk here is the so-called tyranny of the majority. When we speak about radical democracy, this understanding of the way people should reclaim power is actually very resembling the tyranny of the majority, where according to radical democracy, where people take power, but since the people is intended as a collective, as a whole, there's no space for minorities, and whoever belongs to a minority is excluded. So that's why we speak of the so-called tyranny of the majority. Of course, this was on the political side and on a preliminary level, because once this kind of threat materializes in government and in the executive, then there can be concrete effects on the way the constitution and the ordinary legislation work. When it comes to the constitution, it can be either amended or replaced. We will see that the Polish constitution was not replaced, but was de facto amended through ordinary legislation, whereas the Hungarian fundamental law was replaced because Fidesz had the two-thirds majority that enabled them to replace the constitution. So that can happen. In any case, the constitution can even remain the same as in the Polish case, but in any case it is reimagined in an illiberal way. On the other hand, we will see through examples that the ordinary legislation becomes a tool in the hands of the executive. The legislative power becomes an extension of the executive power, and therefore the ordinary legislation becomes a way to further the political program of the executive, as we will see. And there's also a frequent use of the emergency legislation. So ordinary legislation in that way, also in the sense of emergency legislation. For example, the latest amendment to the fundamental law of Hungary enabled the executive to use even in even more instances the emergency legislation. So that's a problem, because then the power to legislate is even further centered on the executive power. So to start with our examples, we all know that roughly what's going on in Hungary, in 2010, Fidesz, so Viktor Orbán's party, won the election and obtained the 2/3 majority. And it kept winning the elections, and it still has the 2/3 majority. This allowed them to replace the constitution. They amended the 1981 constitution and then proceeded to replace it with the 2011 fundamental law. The fundamental law itself, because Fidesz benefits from the 2/3 majority and has kept benefiting from the 2/3 majority, the fundamental law has been subsequently amended multiple times. I think that they amended it even 10 times. The latest one was this June, so summer 2022. And we can see from the first formulation of the fundamental law and its further evolutions, we can see the way this illiberal threat has been advancing, even in the Hungarian fundamental law itself. Then, as we introduced before, then another target was the Constitutional Court known Fidesz came to power. There were many reforms. Generally, this phenomenon is known as court packing, where the executive manages to modify, to amend the rules and the norms regarding the nomination and the appointment of constitutional court judges. The parliament has an even increased role in the influence over the constitutional court and the way it functions. The number of judges was increased from 11 to 15, so that it was possible to inhabit the constitutional court with justices that would be loyal to the executive. And in order to replace the former judges, the retirement age was lowered. And also the mandate of the justices was increased from 9 to 12 years. Then there were reforms on the competences of the Constitutional Court. There were limitations on their powers and competences. The Actio Popularis, for example, was abolished. The competence of the court over previous case law. Previous case law was lost its legal effects. So previous to the 2011 fundamental law. There were other reforms that would limit the activity and the competence of the Constitutional Court of Hungary, and then it was in a way that made the Constitutional Court subject and subordinated to the executive. In the end, the Constitutional Court of Hungary became basically a tool of the executive, and especially in the relationship with the application of European law, to the extent that the Constitutional Court of Hungary even elaborated its own doctrine of constitutional identity, which is based on the misreading of Article 4, Paragraph 2 TEU, which protects national identity, but then it should be read with in an organic way with the rest of the treaty, with the rest of Article 4 itself, that provides for loyalty with the European institutions, and also with Article 5, so subsidiarity and so on, and the other principles. So the Constitutional Court elaborated this reading, and there's a famous case where the court tries to define the case that I mentioned here, where the court tries to define this constitutional identity, and the court itself says that the constitutional identity of Hungary is based on certain principles that are mentioned in the national avowal, in the constitution, in the historic constitution, but then never comes to actually define what this constitutional identity is, and it's clear that it has become a tool to that can be given any meaning whenever a conflict with the application of European law arises. So that's kind of problematic. That's the way, if there is a constitutional identity in Europe, that's actually put into question by constitutional courts over the European territory. So here, since we were discussing the way the fundamental law is read and interpreted, I mentioned some articles that are quite emblematic when it comes to rights, for example. Article L, paragraphs 1 and 2 define marriage. Of course, a classic, marriage as the union of a man and a woman. Family as the basis of the survival of the nation. But this was already in the first formulation of the fundamental law of Hungary. What's interesting is that with the subsequent amendments to the fundamental law, new pieces were added. And in the end, in one of the latest amendments, the parliament introduced that the mother shall be a woman, the father shall be a man, because in the latest years, they have also been battling the so-called gender ideology. They have passed legislation against the so-called LGBT propaganda. So they reflect the dynamic that has been going on in Russia for more than a decade. So that's something that should be given a look. Then we also have two other important articles that reflect the way the fundamental law is interpreted, and also in relation with the European Union. So we have Article 2 that mentions tries to mention this essence of the Hungarian constitutional identity that can never be contradicted when interpreted when applying for a European law. And also Article R, paragraphs 3 and 4 that mention the national avowal that has many nationalistic and sovereignist claims in it within, and also the protection of the constitutional identity and Christian culture of Hungary. So, and these two articles, E and Article R, the tools that are mostly used to justify the misapplication of European law. We also have other aspects that are actually alarming about Hungary. The way the judiciary too has been affected by Fidesz and their new policies over this last decade. We have changes in personnel, so in a similar fashion as what happened to the Constitutional Court. With the addition that the Constitutional Court itself can rule over the other courts, so the ordinary judiciary judgments. So the judiciary as well has been threatened, and the independence of the judiciary has been threatened as well. Legislation, as we have seen, as we have already mentioned, has become a tool of the Hungarian parliament and therefore Hungarian government. We have a frequent use of the emergency legislation, which has been allowed even further by the latest amendment to the constitution. We have strategic laws. For example, the media law allows the government to exercise an increased influence over the media. We have Law 79 of 2021, which is the law that was mentioning against LGBT propaganda. It's quite bittersweet, because it formally fights pedophilia, which everyone would agree with, the fight against pedophilia, of course. But de facto, when we look inside the law, it restricts the representation of LGBT people in media, because it associates the two concepts, which is very, very alarming. And then through legislation, we have also witnessed the manipulation of the electoral system. We have witnessed phenomena of gerrymandering, for example. And all these measures were aimed at ensuring that Fidesz would have the control over the electoral process and of course, parliament and so on, and the rest of the constitutional organs. So what formally, if we go back to the distinction between the formal level, at the formal level, everything might look regular, but on the because there still are elections, legislation is still passed correctly, but then at the substantial level, we see that this system is highly manipulated and exploited by the executive. Other bodies too have been put under the influence of the executive. Poland has similarities with the Hungarian case, but it also has its own aspects. It started in 2015 when PiS came to power by winning the elections, but since it didn't get the 2/3 majority, it was not allowed to. It couldn't replace or even highly strongly amend the constitution, but then it was no problem because it managed to de facto amend the constitution through the use of ordinary legislation. But what is even probably more famous about Poland is the case that involved the Constitutional Tribunal, especially between 2015 and 2016. So the case is quite long and quite complex, but it began with the fact that the previous Sejm, that is the Polish Parliament, nominated 5 constitutional judges, but 2 of them were unlawfully nominated because they were to be nominated by the subsequent Sejm. So because of that, PiS managed to find the pretext to fight this battle with the Constitutional Tribunal, where the Constitutional Tribunal tried to defend the lawfulness of the nomination of the appointment of at least the 3 justices that were to be nominated previous to the entry into to the coming of the new Sejm, whereas the new Sejm and therefore the government resisted that orientation of the court by forcing the nomination of 5 new justices. So it went back and forth. The Constitutional Court declared that this decision would be unconstitutional, but on the other hand, the government threatened to never publish the judgments of the Constitutional Tribunal. So it went back and forth. In the end, the government won. In the end, the 5 new justices were appointed by the parliament and indirectly by the government, and the parliament subsequently amended the statute of the Constitutional Tribunal so that parliament and therefore the government and the president would have an increased influence over the Constitutional Tribunal. In the end, something similar to what happened to the Hungarian Constitutional Court happened here as well, in that the Constitutional Tribunal, that has now been packed with members that are loyal to the government, are actually using their power to juxtapose their authority with the application of a European law, for example, when it comes to the relationship with European law. And they also have these similar cases where the Constitutional Tribunal established that European law was in contradiction with Polish law, with the Polish constitution. They even, if I remember correctly, they even did something similar with the European Convention of Human Rights. So that's kind of alarming, because we have 2 countries that are retreating from something that has been agreed on, so the application of European law, the entry into the Council of Europe, and therefore the application of the European Convention of Human Rights, and so on. Similarly, the judiciary was manipulated by the government. Around 2016, Parliament passed new legislation that would subordinate the ordinary judiciary to the influence of the Parliament and of the government. For example, of the government, of course, because the public prosecutor, the Prosecutor General, is now the Minister of Justice. So they are the same person. And then further legislation that limited the power of the self-government of the ordinary judiciary, and so on. They also created, through these new laws, Parliament created 2 additional bodies that would be directly subordinated to the to the Parliament, and therefore this means also to the executive, and therefore we witness a massive political subordination of the judiciary to the executive. There were also, this is not was not reached through legal and lawful means, of course, but there were also personal pressure and defamation campaigns against judges. So this is another consequence. And generally, what these regimes try to get is the substantial, not formal, not necessarily formal, but the substantial elimination of political opposition, also through legislation, as we have already seen with Hungary and as we can see in Poland. But it's something I keep saying this is something that can happen anywhere. For example, right at the beginning of the Meloni government, we had the anti-rave party decree that was emanated in occasion of a rave party in a region, in an Italian region, and in order to dissolve it, the government emanated this decree. So first, this is an emergency measure that recalls something that we have mentioned. And then the decree included norms that were not directly intended to dissolve rave parties, because they recalled the dissolution of general demonstrations. So that's what's alarming, the vagueness and the formal aspects and the actual substantial aims of these means that are employed. And then, of course, the opposition asked for clarification, and so case closed, hopefully. But just to say that these things can happen anywhere, and that's why we should always keep our eyes open, because these degeneration of democracy can happen in many instances and in many forms, and also these use of identity, because these two, both Poland and Hungary, have created this notion of identity, which is a justification to refuse to go on with the integration process, to engage with democratic values, with the values of constitutionalism and liberalism in the sense of the recognition of individuals' rights and freedoms. So we go back to the EU. We saw that these elements, these cases, are cases in which identity is used in a certain way and represent threats to a possible European identity, if there is any such thing. What can the EU do about it? I'm not a scholar of European law, so I will just mention them. We have both soft law and hard law instruments. We have the rule of law mechanism and the rule of law framework that result in recommendations, in a dialogue between the states and the European institutions. But then on the hard law side, we have the Article 7 proceedings, which, unfortunately, because the harsher measures call for a unanimity decision, are actually inefficient. Because usually the state that's involved doesn't vote, but then if both Hungary and Poland are involved, when it comes to Hungary and Poland, of course, they will try to help each other. So the instrument is actually not that effective, to the extent that the harsher measures have never been applied. Then we have the ordinary infringement proceedings, and lately we had the rule of law conditionality mechanism that represents a kind of hope, in the sense that it links the funding of the receiving European funds to the respect of the rule of law. But then it's not unproblematic, in the sense that it links the funding to that it links the respect of the rule of law to the financial interests of the union. So what I will try to conclude with is that when it comes to European identity, we have the premises that could be necessary to construct, to build an European identity. But then, even from the European institutions, we still have a an ineffective approach that still links very much of what can go under the category of European identity to the financial aspects of it. So in a very classic first wave of European integration fashion. We had two interesting cases because when I say mentioning the rule of law conditionality mechanism, Hungary and Poland, of course, opposed this, and the European Court of Justice ruled twice with two very similar rulings against these filing for annulment, saying that the rule of law conditionality mechanism was actually very widely valid and that its legal basis was valid as well. It's interesting because in this case, the European Court of Justice mentioned something that can resemble an idea of identity when it comes to the principles protected by Article 2, which includes the rule of law, but also rule of law. We have already seen that it's actually a tricky concept because not every country means it in the same way. The court says the values contained in Article 2 have been identified as shared by member states, which is also tricky in that one thing is mentioning them in the Constitution, another thing is actually applying them, giving them a concrete effect. They define the very identity of the European Union as a common legal order. So this is very interesting because the court has come to mentioning an actual identity. And then it goes on, in that regard, it must be borne that Article 2 TU is not merely a statement of policy guidelines or intentions, but contains values which are an integral part of the very identity of the European Union as a common legal order. So it repeats this concept. So then we should question whether Article 2 is actually the core of the European constitutional identity, whether or not it is enough, whether or not it is strong enough. And also another thing that's probably more interesting to me than to many other scholars is the court developing its own doctrine of identity, and then what role this doctrine of identity will have in comparison with other identity doctrines, and what side will it take? Will it be more exclusionary towards whom, or more inclusionary, and again towards whom? So that's something to think about. Here I just listed some articles, of course, Article 2, TU, that mentions principles as human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, respect for human rights, because they're all common to the European member states. And indeed, if you look at the constitutions of European member states, you will find most of these concepts more or less listed in the fundamental principles, sometimes even in the unamendable clauses of the constitution. But then, is it actually something that concretely happens, that is actually enforced? And then this notion of the common constitutional traditions is repeated in Article 6, where fundamental rights are mentioned. And then this was also just the contraposition. Article 40 EU is the norm, is the provision that's always used by governments through courts in order to justify a misapplication of the European law, because because of its allegedly contraposition with national identity and national law and constitutional law. And somehow Italy and Germany are kind of guilty because they started this doctrine of the counter limits between national law, constitutional law, and EU law. So to conclude, going back to the Polish case, but they are very similar. So the Polish case of annulment against the ruling of the Court of Justice against Poland. At some point, the court, paragraph 268, the court says the fact remains that where such a situation or conduct adversely affects or seriously risks affecting the sound financial management of the union budget or the protection of the union's financial interests, the European Union cannot be criticized for implementing in defense of its identity, which includes the values contained in Article 2 TU, the means necessary to protect the sound financial management of those financial interests by adopting appropriate measures and so on. Sorry. So this is the point. Is there any such thing as European identity? Probably to some extent, yes, because otherwise European integration would never be implemented in any way. But still, it's not, I don't think, I'm not sure we can already talk about a European constitution, a proper European constitutional identity, in the way we would discuss it at the national level, because even the European institutions themselves still link it very much to the financial interests. So this is in a cause about identity, in a case about identity, in answering to a court that has its own doctrine of identity, the European Court of Justice answers with its own formulation of a possible doctrine of identity by linking it to finance, to funding. So that's it looks like even the European institutions are not sure where to go with this identity notion, because there's still not much to say about a consolidated European identity. But still, just to end with some optimism, we have the premises we could go on with something that could become one day a European identity, because we already share so much. But still, there's still the road is there's still much to do about this. So that was all. Thank you. Merci.
Is it working? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Giulia. That was very interesting, and you touched on some very important contemporary issues. Thank you all for being here. So I will start my presentation. Just 1 second. I will start in a second. I will start by my presentation by telling you what happened to me when I started researching European citizenship. So what happened was that I found a lot of critique targeted at it, and it was very varied. And in the most extreme cases, there were calls for the abolition of European citizenship, but I'm not going to address those. I will talk about the most common critiques that can be found in the contemporary academic literature. So the most widely spread critique is related to the fact that EU citizenship should be by now more than a market or economic citizenship. It continues with statements supporting that there has never been equal treatment in the member states between their own citizens and migrant EU citizens, and EU citizenship has never been a social citizenship. Equal treatment based on nationality is an illusion, because nationality always determines social rights. By now, EU citizenship should have been a truly fundamental status for the citizens of member states, under which they find protection for their fundamental rights. This would have strengthened the legitimacy and importance of the EU citizenship, making it more than a facilitator of a free market. Okay, so I read all this critique and I thought it sounds bad, but this is the only citizenship, EU citizenship that we have, and it was not even planned at the beginning of the community, so how bad can it be? And also the Court of Justice of the European Union is doing its best in expanding citizenship rights in the current political climate. So in the end, what is so inherently wrong with a so-called economic citizenship if this is the way towards prosperity and peace? And then, I remembered one instance when my EU citizenship has failed me. It happened in 2012 in London. I went there to study and I needed a part-time job, but getting one proved to be complicated. It was, I had to get a special yellow card for which I needed to submit a 15-page form, proof of identity and address, bank statements, sponsorship evidence, a declaration that I will not become a burden on the British state, and a comprehensive sickness insurance. Ironically, it had become more difficult for Romanian and Bulgarian students to legally work part-time since the two countries joined the EU. Students from anywhere else in the world were entitled to work up to 20 hours with minimal hassle from the UK authorities. So this happened because the UK applied from 2007 until 2014 transitional arrangements that gave Romanians and Bulgarians restricted access to the work market. So I have an English husband, and I read this to him, and he said I should make sure that I say that this hasn't happened because Romanians and Bulgarians were Romanian and Bulgarians, but because they were coming from poor countries. And these poor countries were seen as a threat to the work market in the UK. So there I was, free to travel to the UK, free to stay if I did not become a reasonable burden, free to study. I was also free to pay rent, but not allowed to work, because I was a possible destabilizing economic agent that had to be kept at bay. We were all equal EU citizens in our house share, but somehow the Italian, the Danish, and the English were more equal. At that time, I did not feel I could declare, like Advocate General Jacobs, civis europaeus sum. I'm not bringing this memory up to feel sorry for myself that I did not work in the UK and that I spent my studies without a job, but to give you an example of how market citizenship works. So, leaving aside my personal story, why is market citizenship something bad? So, it is bad because no one truly cares about it. Jacques Delors, the 8th president of the European Commission, has famously said that you cannot fall in love with a single market. From the statements, we can infer that no member state national feels a deep affection towards its label as an economic unit. The critique is that people gain their value and recognition through an economic mobile citizenship, and only through trading a meaningful personhood is acquired under the EU citizenship. On one of the risks, apart from it being degrading, is that seen only through the economic angle, EU citizenship becomes discardable. I'm not supporting that Brexit happened because the EU citizenship was not better endowed with fundamental rights, but I agree that a stronger myth of a citizenship that has value on its own would have been harder to discard. If market citizenship is not challenged, it will shape ideas of fairness and fundamental rights and claim the construction of morality itself. Interestingly, fundamental rights were not even part of the initial institutional design of the European Economic Community as set out in the 1950s. This is in contrast to the idea of peace through European integration. Despite the absence of the institutional design, the EU has gradually developed fundamental rights narratives. This has strengthened the legitimacy of the Union and had made from the EU, and I quote, the lighthouse of fundamental rights in the dark world of less civilized regimes. Nowadays, few people think to challenge the idea that these rights have always been at the origin of the EU as a reaction to the war experience and given the particular strong common European heritage of fundamental rights protection. This implies not simply that Union institutions and EU law respect fundamental rights, but also that the EU acts as their guardian in its member states and candidate countries, and provides higher fundamental rights standard than other international entities. EU citizenship should aim for something similar and manage to detach itself from the image of market enabler. Since it is destined to become the fundamental status of nationals of member states, it should put the fundamental rights based on the values of equality, non-discrimination, inclusion, human dignity, freedom, and democracy at its forefront. So we all know that nationality is determined of EU citizenship status. This status grants rights under Article 21 TFU and the broader right to non-discrimination under Article 18 TFU to fundamental rights now protected by the Charter of Fundamental Rights and to rights under the Free Movement Directive. But if there is no link with the EU, there is no protection under the Charter. The argument here is that the missing link that could take EU citizenship in a new era is the connection between EU citizenship status with the conferral of fundamental rights. By simply being an EU citizen, the individual should be able to enjoy the full area of EU citizenship rights, which includes protection under fundamental rights. The closest EU citizenship has ever been to such a status was with the Zambrano case, considered the peak moment for EU citizenship. In Zambrano, the court was creating a significant change since it appeared that citizenship status was a sufficient prerequisite in order to trigger the protection of fundamental rights under EU law. Previously, in order to trigger rights under EU citizenship, a citizen had to cross borders, but the court backed out from such a broad interpretation. In my opinion, the two polarizing examples I gave of EU citizenship models, Marques citizenship and the fundamental rights citizenship with rights by default, are both extremes. The reticence of the court in expanding citizenship rights can be explained by the Euroscepticism arising in the Union and the migration crisis that is identified by Eurobarometer as the #1 cause of concern in the Union. There is also the straight-out dissatisfaction of certain member states who fear unreasonable financial burdens or destabilization of the work market. So, in this context, the CJEU should still be seen as an engine in promoting the rights of Union citizens. The court is indeed getting more expansive on family reunification issues and is likely to keep a more restrictive line on the issue of access to social benefits. My opinion, my take is that we have come a long way from market citizenship, but the citizens of member states do need a better protection from the risks of a free market. So while we are waiting for more rights under EU citizenship status, it would be advisable to consolidate the rights that we already have. And fortunately, we have lessons to be learned with a quick look at what is happening at the borders of the Union. So last year, Switzerland has rejected a completed framework for further integration into the EU. By doing so, it has exposed the limits of workers' rights in the Union. Switzerland walked away from talks, primarily because of the EU's insistence that the Confederation's additional measures aimed at limiting clandestine employment and wage dumping are at odds with the single market. It means that for the Union, the freedom to provide services anywhere within the EU is more important than the principle of equal pay for the same work in the same place. This could affect employees throughout the Union. It is important to highlight here that the Swiss authorities were insisting on keeping in place measures that prevented EU citizens from receiving a lower wage for work done on Swiss territory. Whereas the EU stance on this was that the additional measures were deterring the development of the single market. What Switzerland was pushing for, I am afraid, was not entirely altruistic, but it could serve as a lesson. Switzerland was trying to avoid a situation that would cause conflict and dissatisfaction and lead to xenophobic sentiments. For the EU, it is crucial that those who work across borders are not discriminated against. This reinforces their bond with their status as EU citizens. It also prevents the undercutting of local wage levels that leads to discord between workers and creates a fertile environment for xenophobia. The first intensive debate that developed the relation between EU and fundamental rights was one in which, interestingly, European law was seen as a threat and not a guarantee for the respect of fundamental rights. Several national constitutional courts argued that there was indeed no guarantee that the then community institutions and community law would respect fundamental rights. The German Constitutional Court, for instance, argued in Solange, a case from the 70s, that in the absence of a European Bill of Rights in a directly elected European Parliament, it could not be taken for granted that community law respected fundamental rights. The Union has come a far way from then, and now is seen, as I previously quoted, the lighthouse of fundamental rights in the dark world of less civilized regimes. I believe the same should happen with the EU citizenship, because by taking better care of its citizens, the Union is also protecting its own existence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you for your very stimulating contributions. Vous pouvez formuler vos phrases enfin vos questions directement en anglais ou en français, puis à ce moment-là, je me chargerai de les traduire, même si Giulia et Doriana comprennent quand même un peu le français, donc pourront peut-être comprendre les questions.
Thank you very much, Doriana and Giulia, for your very good presentations. I will be a little bit provocative because I'm studying these subjects, and I love to put questions instead of arguing some results. And the first question is for you, Giulia, considering the presentation. If we are talking about the damage of democratic values or the damage of liberal democracy, what is your concept of democracy? Because if we need to evaluate these amendments in Poland and Hungary that are considered by all external index as flawless democracies, as Portugal, as Spain, as the majority of the European countries, they are in the same tables with different ranking positions, but at the same as the same tables. Shouldn't we first determine what is democracy and establish from that point that kind of comparison? Because, for example, one of your clear examples, the reform of the Hungary constitution in 1989, was, I can say, for example, to adopt the rules as a similar basis as in other countries, 2/3 majority to change the constitution. So for me, it's very difficult to say that it was a kind of illiberal movement, because the rule is the same as Portugal, for example. And the second question for Doriana is related with European identity. Both presentations focus on this point, but aren't we pushing too far the goal to create a European identity if we are members of different cultures, different realities? In the end, what will be this main goal? To eliminate or to substitute the national identity in order to create a more common or global perspective of what European means to be. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay. Yeah, it's a tricky question because that's the whole point. But I think we should distinguish between what's formally democratic, because that's one thing, and what's not even formally democratic, because we should even go further back, and then the question is, what is democracy? On a procedural, not formally, but procedurally, of course, it's flawless because it follows the rules, it follows what the Constitution provides, but on the substantial level, then I think, but that's very, I wouldn't say necessarily biased, because I try to be aware of a wider context, but then when it comes to, since we're in the European Union and we're discussing European topics, when it comes to the European context, the notion of democracy that has been developed over the years is generally the constitutional democracy. So, on the one hand, the qualitative elements of democracy, which are also procedural, so the presence of elections, the presence of representation of the people, but then it's not a complete concept without constitutionalism. So my idea of democracy, but that's not the best idea of democracy, but that's the notion that I'm working on when it comes to possible degenerations to democracy. My standard, but take it with, I mean, it's very tricky. I'm not assuming that's necessarily the best or that it cannot be improved. But the idea of democracy that I'm working on is constitutional democracy. So, of course, on the one hand, the democratic elements that I mentioned, but also the elements of constitutionalism. So the presence of a rigid constitution that guarantees for the resistance of the system against majoritarianism. Because the essence of constitutionalism is also counter-majoritarianism, and which implies the protection of minorities, for example, whatever minorities, even political opposition. So, of course, when we look at these phenomena, of course they are procedurally democratic because they respected the rules. They modified the rules in order to look like they were respecting them, and that's what characterizes these systems, that they play by their own rules, but they do play by the rules. But at the same time, they reject the notions of the values that come with constitutionalism. Constitutionalism as a further evolution of liberalism. I don't necessarily mean liberalism in the economic sense, so that's something that to leave there. But liberal values as they have evolved into constitutionalism. So when I say, when I'm looking at these regimes, I don't see regimes that have deteriorated because they have some high standards that no one can respect. But I think that for what we at the point we are now, constitutional democracy is what's best to ensure this variety of interests and of identities. So to recap, formally democratic, yes. Substantially, these regimes don't value the complexity of identity. That's the key. They assume that there's one identity and play by that rule. They respect that rule, but then they don't see identity as a complex and layered concept, and hence discrimination and hence further deterioration of standards. I hope it was clearer now.
Thank you very much for your question. So you asked if we are not pushing too far and we want to eliminate national identity and substitute it. And I will reply with, there's this phrase that we hear it a lot, is that the aim is to become united in diversity, actually, is not to substitute one identity for other, but to keep our identities and be able to live in a space as equals and with respect towards human dignity. I think, unfortunately, human nature is flawed and this cannot be achieved instantly. And if we start by keeping a higher standard as our target, maybe we will achieve something. But if we start by, in reference to my presentation, we start by promoting economic values, and even though if it's not possible at the moment to achieve an environment where we are all truly equal, it's what we should aim for, because we're not going to achieve it very soon, but we should at least aim for it. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you both a question. While listening to you, Giulia and Doriana, I was stricken by the fact that citizenship and identity are not easy to come to terms, because the concept itself of citizenship seems to be threatened by reflections about identity. And Giulia, you told us about populism, and the political vocabulary you used is about leaders, people, identity, and not so much citizenship. So is citizenship a topic tackled by populism and what you called nationalist threats? And what would be the added value of citizenship, not only European identity, but European citizenship? And is this a topic? Or, because I got the impression that when we start to talk about identity, we forget a little bit the citizenship. What should be your impressions about that?
No, thank you for your question, and it's surely a suggestion to further examine. Sorry, but surely, yeah, there's a difference. I didn't explore the populist vocabulary in this sense this much to analyze the analogies and differences between identity and citizenship. I have a sense that they might tend to coincide along with the populist narrative that there's one people, one identity, and therefore one citizenship, whereas on the European, but I'm not sure, it's just an assumption. On the European level, I think there's more to explore because, yeah, identity seems much deeper and seems much more difficult to build, whereas citizenship could be about more technical, about norms and rights and freedoms to be ensured, to be actually ensured effectively. But it could be more technical. But that's just my assumption about it. I'm not, unfortunately, I cannot provide with you all with technical findings. But yeah, probably identity is something that's more, that's deeper and more about belonging, whereas citizenship could be more about the actual European citizenship that formally we already have and which could be implemented even further or more effectively.
Yes, I believe when we talk about citizenship, what distinguishes it quite obviously is the fact that it comes with rights and also duties, whereas identity sounds more like a choice made based on personal values and beliefs. So I believe these would be the most obvious differences. It is also interesting in the discussion about European citizenship that when I mentioned the first critique, the one that there are calls for the abolition of European citizenship, the main critique was that we are living in a European space and we have people here that are not members of member states. So they do not hold European citizenship, but we share the same space and we are differentiating between each other. So this would be a case, but maybe when we have someone that has a European identity but does not have any rights as a EU citizen.
Merci, je repasse juste au français parce que finalement vos contributions, et notamment ta réponse, Giulia, m'a fait penser à quelque chose que j'ai en travaillant sur le sujet, qui est que
on this subject. In fact, in the main text of the 19th century, Victor Hugo is asking for the United States of Europe, and that's in 1849. And it's the people he's talking about, the people, and just the people. And it's that vocabulary that is used to promote an European idea. And it's afterwards,
la césure n'est pas forcément très évidente.
The gap isn't easy to establish, because in 1950s and 1960s here, we have people and citizens, including in the Treaty of 1957 here, where they say that the Assembly of the EEC will welcome the representatives of the European people here. And it's a bit later on that the questions of citizens will come along as a political vocabulary here. And in the contribution, your contribution on populism, the word of citizenship was kind of marginalized
par ces courants.
By these currents.
Enfin bon, ce sera
anyway, it's something we need to clearly look in. The political semantics, always very interesting, will be something interesting to look into.
Les maisons d'Europe sont toujours en contact avec.
La Maison de l'Europe is always in contact with the European citizens, and within the bylaws of the Maison de l'Europe, House of Europe, is the development of European citizenship, which is our daily battle, basically. The question is as follows. My question is as follows. The fact of being a European citizen, and is that means we're talking about citizenship de facto or by right. You mentioned the various aspects that suggest the latter. Now, you talked a lot about European identity here. Is it de facto? Because it isn't by right, according to what you've explained.
I hope I understood. Correctly. European identity and European citizenship, de jure and de facto, right? That's the whole point. We have premises, we have a legal starting point, but then about the development, there's still much to do, and we saw some of the weaknesses of these concepts, of both these concepts. So, however we might want to intend them, both European identity still has already some roots, but still can be developed further, because we cannot say we already have a consolidated European identity. But also with citizenship, we have the legal basis of citizenship. We have citizenship. We're all, European nationals are also European citizens. But then, as we have seen with Doriana's example, also you can be a European citizen de jure, but de facto, it depends. Much can still be implemented. So I don't know if I understood 100%.
Yeah, that's exactly what was stated.
More or less my take.
That we have rights as EU citizens, but somehow the enjoyment of the rights depends of conditions, and I think this is the issue that I was addressing, the fact that we have some rights, but we're far away from actually having every citizen of a member state fully enjoying those rights.
Moi, je voudrais encore poser une question à Doriana.
To ask another question to Doriana. You mentioned that the EU itself could be seen as a threat for
Mais je suis pas sûre de
fundamental rights here. I'm not quite sure
travaux trouver ce jugement.
where you actually found your position.
I was referencing case law from the 70s. So this issue was raised by the German Constitutional Court because they felt the EU lacked a written act that actually guaranteed the protection of fundamental rights. It could not be trusted to actually offer the protection of fundamental rights. So this was at the beginning. And I offered this example to show how far the Union has gone from that moment, and now is seen as actually the main protector of fundamental rights. But at the beginning, this was not the case.
Alors, effectivement, moi j'avais trouvé la même chose dans mes documents sur les années 1970. C'était un des arguments.
In the 1970s, it was one of the arguments stating that the EU could be seen as a threat. Having said that,
Enfin, cette idée-là.
This idea, has it totally disappeared?
Évidemment, elle a été combattue.
Obviously, it's been.
Ok, mais est-ce que c'est encore quelque chose?
Would you say it still is a claim that may be made?
Legally, this issue has been resolved because member states have to apply the highest level of protection of fundamental rights when they are dealing. If they have to choose between applying national law or EU law, they have to choose between the one that protects, is considered to offer the higher level of protection of fundamental rights. So when it has been resolved in this way, I don't know if now there are critiques of EU as a threat to fundamental rights. I'm not aware of this being in the topic at the moment.
Thank you. Well, there are negotiations for possible accession of the European Union as such to the European Convention on Human Rights. And the reason why there are such negotiations is that there is a risk of violation of human rights by the Union itself in its activity. So you're right that the potentiality of a violation exists. At the same time, well, it's a bit theoretical or difficult to imagine that one day the European Union will accede to the European Convention system as such. There are too many technical problems. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know for how long the issue of the EU getting into the Convention of the European Convention of Human Rights has been proceeding. I think a few decades at least.
Bon, en fait, le processus d'adhésion de l'Union européenne à la Convention européenne des droits de l'homme est un objectif.
EU becoming member of the Convention of Human Rights. It was in Article 6, Article 2. It says that the EU belongs to the Convention here.
Des travaux techniques dans ce but, c'est assez complexe.
Quite technical work has been done in this area, but there was a stop put to it in 2014 in Luxembourg by the Court of Justice, the famous Notice 13, which raised an incompatibility between the law of the Union and the possibility of the EU to be part of this convention and to be subjected to the jurisdiction. This was a bit of a cold shower here for the negotiations which are still ongoing here. Because the difficulties that were presented by the Court of Luxembourg are technical issues that are being studied and they're looking for a solution there. But I must say that the road ahead is long and will be complicated.
A priori, il n'y a pas d'autres questions ou réactions. Je vérifie.
I don't think there are any further questions. I'll just check.
Sachant que j'ai transmis une
if we've received any questions online. No, there aren't any further questions.
Le prochain intervenant se connectera à distance, c'est ça?
Will be connecting online at 3 p.m.
Donc, du coup, oui. Du coup, je pense qu'on va vous proposer de faire une pause avant.
Move on to a quick coffee break before we move on to the second part of our afternoon session.
Ça évitera de... Donc,
we'll be resuming our session at 3 p.m.
À peu près 20 minutes de pause, le temps qu'on fasse le point.
Just take a quick 20-minute break, okay? Fine, thank you.
Alors, je...
Okay, so let's resume. We'd just like to tell you about a change in relation to the program as we originally set it out, because we will first be hearing from Thomas Andreu from Pau University, who will be taking the floor, and then our Portuguese colleague who will be connecting from her home at 15:45. And then at 4:15, roughly, Alfonso De Salas will maybe making his concluding remarks. Before I hand the floor to Thomas, I would just like to say to others and to Giulia and Doriana to share a comment with them from Mr. Brand from the Maison de l'Europe, but I think he's not here. He knows what the comment is, and I will be making it on his behalf. He was just going back to this idea of identity by law and de facto, and the Union of Passports, which was a project in the 1970s and then gave rise to a passport which both included the national country and the European Union. And the fact that we talk about these two things, does that mean that we can talk about a de facto European identity? And does that include citizenship? But just to set things in context, this union of passports came about in the 1970s with the Tindemans report, and it became a very important turning point. It was the only passport on which there was a national belonging, and it was seen as a political symbol. But does it have any legal basis? Does anyone have any input on that?
Est-elle seulement symbolique?
This passport union, is it merely a symbol?
Pas particulièrement.
No.
Implication.
I mean, I don't think so. I think it is just a symbol, but...
Non plus. Moi, je tendrais à dire que oui, c'est quand même un élément.
I mean, I think that
européenne.
It does reflect European identity in a document that's also a document to show the rights that you have. And it's as citizens of a state that you are given these rights in the first instance.
Alors j'aurais dû vous passer le micro. Merci en tout cas d'avoir soulevé cette.
Thank you for your question.
La parole à.
Can I hand the floor to Thomas now? And after Thomas' speech, we will be able to ask him questions before Luis Guilherme arrives. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to this study day.
Citoyenneté européenne et droits fondamentaux.
So, European Citizenship and Fundamental Rights, that's the title of this. That may be surprising given the context. We know that European citizens enjoy fundamental rights, but the recognition of these rights precedes the emergence of this European political unity. And you mentioned this morning. The first debates on this European political belonging developed in parallel with the first decisions, rulings made by the Court of Justice in relation to the fundamental rights in the EU order. And that meant that they saved a little bit of time. And it's proof that these are all connected, and the fundamental rights are a part of the founding forces of this citizenship. And there are more recent examples of this merging with the Charter of Fundamental Rights in the catalogue of rights that the citizens enjoy, but that also constitutes, to quote Habermas, an extra proof that of what brings Europeans together. And there's also the theory of cosmopolitanism, the contrast between fundamental rights and European citizenship. Again, this connection is at the very heart of this theory, which means that the nation-state goes beyond its job. And Professor Jean-Luc Ferry agrees with this and says that these rights are favourable to a union of the people. So these rights appear as a founding block of European citizenship, and this is what policies have shown again and again since the construction of Europe, the difficulty of being a part of a people and legitimization. And as a legal expert has said, the palliative nature of the fundamental rights. And in a union built on these rights and against a hostile context, it's even more context. So having rights, citizens having rights, leads to the emergence of a feeling of belonging, transnational feeling of belonging. And there's also European citizenship, which is seen as a citizenship through rights. This theory appears very attractive, and it seems difficult to go against it. It's true that these rights belong to European history and, as Habermas says, common normative rights. But you can't ignore that this European citizenship is still seems still inconsistent. As one political expert has said, allocated by an elite, not agreed on by the people, and it has very fragile roots, and therefore gives rise to a lot of issues in its practice and the perception of its status, the status of its beneficiaries. So we can say that this structural fragility has not got better over the years, much worse in fact, and as we've already said, we're now in a more populist context with words relating to identity. And within the Union, we have seen rejection, fear, and a lot of these kinds of reactions, as historians have said. Roger Delotte, the historian, said that these kinds of feelings are spreading within Europe and within its borders, and from one state to another. It's a threat that is characteristic of the fact that European citizens no longer believe in belonging to this common policy and are becoming more traditional and national.
Un tel climat de méfiance, de défiance.
And this uncertain situation signs off the legitimacy of European law. So what of European citizenship? Is it about exerting your rights, these rights being one of the founding blocks of political belonging? And European citizenship has been imposed on us, and the rights, were they taken on freely or not? There are two thought processes. We could prove that the instrumentalization of laws by the European organs is at the origin of people's disaffection for belonging, feeling like they belong to Europe. But these laws could also do the opposite and enable people to feel that they belonged even beyond the borders. Fundamental rights are an instrument of integration for European institutions. And this is what we talked about this morning in a functionalist logic based on markets. Fundamental rights are a tool for this econopolitics, which is something that was mentioned by Antoine Vaucher, which proves the connections between these two bodies. But it's, of course, this econopolitics that will then feed this nationalism. Protecting rights has not always been straightforward for the courts of justice and European institutions. Initially, the decisions, the rulings made by the court ruled that the protection of rights were not part of its competencies, and it was not until the first president of the Commission tried to defend the unity and primacy of common law and encourage the courts of justice to protect those fundamental rights. The courts agreed and then followed suit, and that's not so surprising when you look at the makeup of the judicial body. The courts of justice was made up of economists and unionists, which was very much mirrored in the European Commission. So rights were a way to integrate the market. Fundamental rights was carefully chosen as an expression as opposed to human rights, and meant that the courts could protect economic rights, which was in favor of their integration. So it's not surprising then that the first rights that were protected were economic rights. And the courts of justice then ignored the more orthodox approach where you separate fundamental rights with economic freedom and talked about freedom of circulation as a fundamental right. This then had an impact, a long-term impact on the legal world, and fundamental rights were really contained within that field. Judges then decided that rights would not be absolute, that they could be restricted. The first ruling, which protected these rights, stipulates that this protection should take place within the framework of the EU. And the jurisdiction was even more specific a few years later, saying that there could be restrictions in the exercise of your rights, specifically with a common market. The subordination of fundamental rights to the correct functioning of the market was illustrated in rulings given by the courts of justice in December 2007, Viking and Laval, that were widely commented on, and the court ruled that economic freedom was more important than social rights, and that the collective union action. But the impact goes way beyond this legal battle. These rulings showed that the market, the European market, had won over a social Europe, and created a jurisprudence that then fed the nationalism that we are now seeing within the European Union. This jurisprudence created more competition against the older competition that was then rejected. And furthermore, it was summed up by a legal expert
Succession d'arrêts de la Cour de justice.
In a court ruling saying that Europeanization goes beyond class distinction and pits one nation against another. The first international conflict is a normative one. The jurisprudence of the Court of Justice has encouraged normative competition between states. Viking and Laval rulings illustrate this trend.
En faisant prévaloir du coup les libertés de circulation sur
and give prevalence to freedom of circulation over social rights, and therefore a hierarchy of rights, and encourage companies to pit one state against the other, and therefore make the citizens of one country compete against others. The historian Alain Souchon says that the justice system is creating rivalry between these different nationals.
Une conséquence certaine.
And this, in turn, gives rise to what Alain Souchon calls identity conflicts in the field of socio-economics.
Créé et encouragé par la Cour de justice et sa jurisprudence.
And this was encouraged by the rulings made by the Court of Justice, and therefore we can understand why there's this wave of nationalism. The Court's jurisprudence is an indication, as Professor Ferry says, that there is a collision between these two worlds, economic and social. But it's precisely this issue that we are debating politically today. And the jurisprudence crystallizes the different European approaches, and it's worth noting all of the populist slogans that we can hear against the various policies, the various issues that we're seeing in Europe today: social dumping, migrants and employment, all of the policies run by the Court of Justice. And xenophobia is on the rise also because of this. People's rights and the instrumentalization of people's rights have impacted, fed into a process of denationalization, bringing together globalization and migration. These are very structuring and worrying movements that are going to give rise to a group of people within the Union who feel like they are the losers in this system. So the history of the protection of fundamental rights illustrates the paradox of this citizenship when it's run by this European institution. This protection, which is supposed to favor this transnational policy, is really dividing European citizens. But we don't want to reject this political sense of belonging, because it may in turn finally give rise to this sense of transnational belonging. And it is possible to do away with this vision of rights, which is something that we've seen in social law for a long time. But it's also a means to oppose the system, the negative impact of the market, and fight against what is dividing Europeans. There is a field of research at the moment on this topic, European citizenship through rights, but it means you have to try and get the citizens to take on board this right. And obtaining these rights, defending these rights, could help to promote this feeling of transnational political
Dans ses écrits, le philosophe
belonging.
Habermas
And the philosopher Habermas
a une unification
talks about the prerequisites
de l'État-nation,
for citizens beyond
préalables
nation states, two prerequisites, the emergence of a European civil society and
d'un espace public à l'échelle de
a
l'Europe.
public space, a European public space.
Que les
And
arrêts et les affaires Viking et Laval,
ironically, against the backdrop of the Viking and Laval
de l'Union,
rulings are
les mobilisations
moving backwards,
de justice
we can say that
peuvent nous amener à défendre l'hypothèse selon laquelle la
we
revendication
can
des droits
also
par les citoyens
talk about the fact that the citizens are defending their rights
société civile européenne.
is also a sign that this European society is emerging.
Conçoit la
The
notion
German philosopher talks about European civil society
transnational
and
donc
coming together of people with a common desire transnationally,
à l'échelle de
people who
l'Union
have shared
nécessiterait
goals within the European Union
une action transnationale
that require transnational action
pour reprendre les mots
to defend them.
que les
And
actions des syndicats et des groupes
the
professionnels
unions and professional corporations' actions
seraient dans une large mesure transférées
are
des capitales
about tantamount to transferring
les mobilisations
capital resources to Brussels and Strasbourg. The
l'occasion
Viking and Laval rulings enable us to test this hypothesis.
le conflit transfrontalier
We are dealing here with
l'application du droit du marché
trans-border conflicts,
tous les jours.
everyday
La
situations.
Confédération des syndicats
However,
va
the
intervenir dans le litige,
European
amener le litige à
Convention
changer de dimension
for unions changes the
des affaires et à une
situation
montée en généralité des
and allows
il ne s'agit plus de défendre
the stakes to rise within
en
these
l'espèce
within this litigation. It's no longer just about defending the workers,
de poser ces affaires
but
comme la grande cause de l'Europe sociale.
about defending them on a as the great European cause, the great
Plus encore que
union cause, transnational, but beyond the union,
va s'opposer en défenseur
defending the unions.
dans leur
It's about defending European citizens more generally.
secrétaire général de la
The
Confédération.
Secretary General of the Confederation wrote to the President of the Commission, Barroso,
Une Europe forte
and reminded him that a strong and competitive Europe needed a social dimension
non
to
seulement
perform well,
mais
not just on an economic level,
l'adhésion des citoyens.
but also to have the people's support. To defend its transnational interests, the European Confederation carried out a lot of lobbying, legal lobbying,
Dans l'arène européenne,
within the European arena.
va
The
chercher auprès de la
Confederation will ask the Commission and Member States for their support
des observations favorables
to present favorable
de la Cour de justice,
opinions to the Court of Justice.
activité de lobbying
And so this lobbying takes place in Brussels
et de représentation et
with the European institutions and the permanent representations of the member
les
states.
simples conflits juridiques dont il est question
Simple legal conflicts
se sont transformés en
are at
véritables
the heart of these rulings. They've
européens
now turned into veritable
citoyens au-delà
European
des États.
challenges that go beyond any
De
of
cette
the
dimension
borders.
transnationale,
This transnational
qu'il participe
approach
dans un second temps de la construction d'un véritable
mean
espace public européen.
that it's part of the construction of this
notion
European
d'espace public
public space.
Trouve sa concrétisation dans
And
le fait,
this is
encore une
illustrated
fois, le philosophe Habermas,
again by Habermas. National media of a country
des controverses significatives menées dans d'autres pays
would only have to talk about what's going on in another country to the degree that it converges
sur un même ensemble de thèmes, quel que soit
on on a series of themes whatever their origins are.
le droit,
The sociologist
peut
talked
investir
about
notamment par le
the fact that law can be
au premier rang desquels
media can cover the law, and of course the unions should also be part
apparaît
of that process. Law
dans les stratégies de relations
is a tool
sociales.
that can be used in
Les
social
affaires
relations.
sont relatives en premier lieu
The
à
Viking and Laval rulings
mais plus largement donc de
were about union
Euh,
rights and the great social cause, and enabled this hypothesis to be tested, defending law in the European space.
De ces deux affaires,
and the work done on these two rulings show that the
pas simplement aux États concernés,
appeals
la Suède et
are
la
not
Finlande.
just made to these two states, Sweden and Finland,
Les médias d'autres pays
but that media from other countries
de ces enjeux
will also be involved
de l'espace public
and relate the challenges to their social spaces. It's been the case, for instance, in France. There are 5 main newspapers
petit à petit les grandes
that have
étapes
covered the main
de
stages
ce contentieux avant même
of this litigation, even before the rulings were made.
également le Royaume-Uni et le
The
Financial
UK as well, with the
qui va
Financial Times, related this
de cette
story.
de ces luttes. Et plus encore, on voit qu'une fois les arrêts rendus par la Cour de justice,
Once these rulings
ces derniers vont pas seulement se limiter
were made,
des revues juridiques.
they didn't just appear in legal
Comme
journals,
souligné certains juristes,
but as some legal experts have said, were also covered in more general media in France.
on voit
Thanks
bien
to this example, we can see that
la disparition des frontières des espaces publics nationaux.
the national public spaces borders are being dismantled,
On pourrait
disappearing,
véritable
until
européen qui
we get to this one big European space and this unification of citizens beyond the borders.
Si la revendication
However, if this defending your rights promotes this civil society in this European space, it will not be enough.
Il faut en effet que
because
des droits
the citizens defending their rights need to obtain those rights so that this European political sense of belonging can come about.
Tension de ces droits
And obtaining these rights
les sociologues l'ont
is not enough. Sociologists have
les justiciables qui revendiquent des droits sont placés
that
sous dépendance
the people who defend their rights are dependent on the state, because the state, after all, will decide on whether law is modified and whether they win or lose. So this kind of dependency is
lorsqu'il s'agit des
exacerbated
perdants de la mondialisation.
when you look at those losing parties in globalization. As Habermas says, they are no longer in a position to veto
d'imposer leurs revendications.
anything and therefore to defend
Dans
their
le cadre de
rights.
l'Union européenne, cette
And in the
équation
case
va
of the
légèrement
EU,
différer.
this is slightly different.
Les individus ne vont pas dépendre d'un État
Individual people don't depend on a state and the lawmakers, but a union
législateurs
and the
de la Cour de justice.
judges of the Court of Justice.
Donc, cette dépendance importante
So this
de surcroît à l'égard
strong dependence
montre
on an institution
à une
which
acceptation
has
libérale des droits fondamentaux
shown acceptance of fundamental rights
la notion de citoyenneté
also underlines the
qui gagnerait à être
gradual
par la suite.
coming about of fundamental rights.
On l'a vu depuis ce matin dans le droit
And since
positif.
this morning, we've been talking about positive law, and European citizenship started with the Maastricht Treaty, but
Une juriste
it's only because a legal
audacieuse,
expert
la Cour de justice a entendu donner tout son sens à la jeune
stated this as jurisprudence that the courts of justice
de la Cour.
gave weight to this. We
Le moment
saw here a founding moment, the Martin Salam and the jurisprudence that went with it
l'application du
meant that the principle of non-discrimination could then be applied
qualité de travailleur, mais
and didn't depend on the quality of the worker, but the quality of the European citizen. And since then, we've seen more and more rulings to do with this for benefits, public benefits, to be allocated, for instance, the minimum wage, unemployment benefit, or student benefits. And the courts of justice, as Professor Azoulay said, has seen a way for European citizenship to compensate the lack of harmonization and to transnationalize the mechanisms of social production. So these mechanisms have wondered about this European citizenship. And in a democracy, in an evolved democracy, citizenship can only be defined by the right to vote and access to other rights, including social rights. And if you apply this to this whole European Union, this social citizenship is something that guarantees an ad hoc access to national solidarity. These social benefits represent compensation given to the Union's citizens and to the losers of globalization.
Et le dessinait le philosophe
As Habermas
Cependant, ces premières avancées de la citoyenneté sociale
but these first steps towards European citizenship are not enough. The first problem is that it's only partial and is dependent on free circulation of the citizens and access to solidarity systems that can be restricted by the courts of justice with the application of the criteria of real link. And the second problem is that these rights are only ad hoc or temporary. And so we go back to what former philosophers have said and try and look at the road we still have to accomplish before we reach that European citizenship.
Pionnier ambitieux de cette
an
idée.
Ambitious idea, a union through rights,
qui offre des
and this cosmopolitanism
à cette citoyenneté sociale européenne.
puts forward ideas in order to reach that European citizenship. And the Professor Ferry talks about a minimum European citizenship. And
ce qu'a déjà pu
this
mettre en place au cours de justice par le biais
is already something that the courts of justice have tried to start implementing.
Et constituerait une étape supplémentaire.
And would be an extra layer. This kind of law would be something all citizens could benefit from, whether they had a job or not, were able to use their freedom of movement or not. And there are three advantages also. It would be a tool to unify citizens behind a law and would be a symbol, proof of a social Europe, that it exists and it's necessary to get people's support, and would be a tool to tackle social dumping,
participe de la division et du repli,
which is part of the nationalist movement in Europe.
ou d'un revenu de citoyenneté.
And so these are things that Ferry and Habermas defended
constituerait en quelque sorte.
in the effort toward harmonization.
Là encore,
once again, the French philosophers teach us a great deal. All citizens have a right with no other condition than being a citizen to benefit from material support. And so here contrary to current case law, what we can see is that in that proposal, there's a degree of universality and permanence to bring citizens together in a permanent way. and in particular those who consider themselves to be the victims of globalization.
Pour conclure, selon la pratique qu'il en est fait,
to conclude, the rights seem to be a two-edged sword. They could be an instrument of the institutions and the Court of Justice to promote integration based on the market. But some citizens have not been able to benefit from the development of those markets.
Cependant, on peut voir
At the same time, we can see more recently when citizens demand their rights, this can be a way to assert their rights and beyond borders. So we are seeing the emergence of this movement, particularly in the fight against the divisiveness or attempts at dividing the citizens. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette.
Thank you so much for that clear presentation.
Y a-t-il des questions?
Are there any questions or comments?
Bonjour, merci pour votre
Hello, everyone. Do you believe that a European minimum wage could, at least in part, represent the premises for a European citizenship and contribute to cohesion?
Plusieurs conflits entre les sociétés et les États européens.
But, or could it make certain tensions worse?
Merci pour votre question.
Well, thank you for your question.
Je pense que ça dépend de l'échelle temporelle.
Well, I guess it's going to depend on the time frame. If we go back to some of the origins of the idea, particularly a few years ago, it could have been something that helped the emergence of European citizen, a notion of European citizenship. However, until very recently, we've seen it become too much of a political situation, and I don't believe that it will fully emerge as a reality. And in that sense, it will not be able to contribute to citizenship. So it's a vicious circle. In fact,
l'avènement d'une citoyenneté sociale européenne.
It could help. Such a thing could help, but I think it would be very late in the game, whereas we've already seen a lot of divisiveness over rights and who has access to those rights.
Quand les philosophes s'emparent d'une question, vous avez beaucoup parlé d'Habermas et Ferry.
Okay, you mentioned Habermas and Ferry quite frequently. But when do you think some of their ideas could come to fruition? Well, I certainly can't answer that specifically, but I can say the longer we delay attempts to implement, then the more we allow things to become more difficult to achieve them.
Alors, pour ma part, j'ai...
Well, I was curious about the Viking Laval cases, because these were union rights, I believe you said. And when you talk about the fundamental rights, well, people have said, well, it can be complex. So let's talk about the intermediate rights. And without being more explicit, it seems that trade union rights are amongst those intermediary rights. Could you tell us a bit what exactly is at stake in those cases? Well, just to sum them up quickly, there are two similar cases
très régulièrement ensemble.
Which are often mentioned together. In both cases, it's a question of the freedom of movement across the European market and for companies, Finnish and Swedish, amongst others. And there was an opposition of their employees to these freedoms. And so there were strikes and demonstrations. And then a course was taken to court. And the Court of Justice decided that the right of a union collective actions is a fundamental right, but it has to be considered in light of the economic interests, and that the economic interests outweighed the workers' interests. Another thing that I found interesting in those cases is, and in your analysis, I believe you've said, but maybe I was wrong, you mentioned the definition of Habermas's definition. It talks about the emergence of a European public space for collective actions. And this is also is a part and parcel of the ability to criticize the government in power. And so it's a bit paradoxical in a sense, but perhaps we could say that it is good that citizens should be able to criticize the European Union officials as well, that there should be a public debate. So it seems to me that that what's at stake here is interesting, and that the political debate needs to be very open, regardless of how critical it might be. Well, yes, we could be happy to see that there is the right for the expression of the trade unions. We would perhaps have been happier if the Court of Justice had given more weight to the union action than to the rights of the companies.
Monsieur Brun. Bien, s'il n'y a pas de questions ou de réactions.
Any?
Merci.
Well, if there are no other questions or comments, then thank you so much.
Donc
we're now going to connect with Luis Guillermo dos Santos, I believe.
Donc bon, là, j'avoue ma totale incompétence technique, hein, donc je vais me contenter de me rasseoir. Et...
Okay, well, we're waiting for the connection to come through.
Notre collègue portugais va se connecter.
So our Portuguese colleague will be connected in just a couple minutes. So patience, please.
Hello.
Bien. Bonjour. Donc, nous accueillons nos collègues.
Hello. We're happy to welcome one of our friends from the University of Beira Interior, Mr. Guilherme. He's a sociologist.
Intervenir.
And he's going to talk to us about migration regimes and citizenship regimes. Thank you very much, and I'll stand the floor to you remotely. We're going to give you 20 minutes.
Oui, bonjour à tous.
Yes, hello everybody. In fact, I'm not a sociologist. I'm a PhD student and I'm a professor of international relations. The difference is that I am employed by the sociology department at my university, but I'm not a sociologist here. Anyway, I'm going to be speaking in English.
Je pense que je peux
I think I'm going to be able to share my screen, hopefully.
Let me see how this works. Non. Est-ce que vous m'écoutez bien?
So can everybody hear me?
Si vous êtes capable de m'écouter.
I don't know if you can hear me. Well, the interpreters can hear the speaker.
Hello?
Oui, on vous entend.
Yes, we can actually hear you. Okay?
Vous avez entendu?
Ah oui.
Ah, yes. Fine, great.
Switch. Yes, thank you. I'm going to switch to English if that's okay. But I would like to know how I can share the screen, if that is possible at all. Well, in any case, I can talk and I'll present the question that brings me here today, and to be to summarize my aim today in this paper, which is about the European regime of migration rights and how it connects with European citizenship. The point that I wanted to make today is about the core ideas that are linking these two dimensions of European integration. On the one hand, citizenship, which is European citizenship, and as you know, is made up of the citizenship regimes. So the citizenship status of each state that is a member to the European Union. And on the other hand, the international, in this case, regional integration migration regime, which is also part of the European treaties. And as you know, Schengen was an early idea which came up from, well, originally actually from the Benelux, and then it evolved in the 80s, precisely in 1985, to become fairly free migration regime with some constraints on nationality, so limited only to people who are actually nationals of the countries that were initially called the Benelux, right? So Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, which then evolved to include Western Germany. But in the 90s, of course, that evolved into a significant part, into a part of the Amsterdam Treaty. And the point that I would like to make today is that it is true that this is, of course, the first regional regime which involves a certain kind of free movement between countries, between a large number of countries. And that is, of course, something that we need to be proud of, especially those that are traveling to France, for instance, to give a paper, which I wasn't able to do as I am traveling somewhere else and currently actually on transition from my current job. But the point, nevertheless, is that we are fairly free as Europeans, free to travel, and even those who are non-nationals are obviously, as long as they are residents, or and that means, of course, that they are either working or staying or studying in the countries currently part of the Schengen Agreement, are free to move to other countries. Now, that is usually presented as a conquest, civilizational conquest of the West, and that is certainly true, that it is unprecedented historically. But I would like to say, however, that in terms of the ideas that are inspiring this powerful change in how states relate to each other is actually much earlier in the history of international relations, and especially in the history of relations between European states. Now, of course, the conference and the whole point of UNITA is European identity. And I would like to bring your attention to the fact that a lot of European identity, or a lot of how European identity actually translated into a concrete political project, or several political projects that were nonetheless aimed at bringing together states and peoples, actually goes back to one of the most divisive periods of European history. And I am referring to the religious wars in Europe, which took place, as you know, between the 16th and the 17th centuries amongst Protestants and Catholics. Now, of course, there's been a lot of debate about how the European integration project and how the Union itself is a Christian project. And of course, I will not get into that sort of religious debate as to the ecumenic foundations of the idea of bringing peoples together in one sole political unity, which is at the same time transnational and based on social cohesion amongst civil societies within Europe. But I would nevertheless like to point out, and this is the core part of the paper, and that is that sometimes the strongest way of unity amongst people does come from war, it comes from conflict, it comes from division. And so I wouldn't be, for instance, very pessimistic about Brexit, as many people are. I think there are ups and downs in history, and I do think there are points where history evolves as much as points where there's regress. But the point here is that it is definitely the case that if it weren't for the wars of religion, which were taking place in the 16th century and then especially in England, for instance, in the first half of the 17th century, so from 1618 to 1648, there wouldn't be such a thing as a peace treaty among these countries, and so this is very important. Westphalia is usually presented as the founding moment of international relations, most of all because we know that some states such as Holland, Switzerland, even though not with those designations, and by the way, Holland has now changed again its official name, but they were recognized in the treaty as sovereign states. Of course, Holland is a more complicated case, and even Switzerland, because they were soon to be again part of other larger countries, larger powers within Europe. But Westphalia is usually, like I was saying, pointed out as one of the founding moments of international politics, in the sense that we, for the first time, witness states pretty much in the formal, at least, legal shape that we know them to have today, as sovereigns, coming together with their diplomatic delegations to negotiate the peace terms of the future international order. And actually that had already happened in Augsburg in 1555, precisely for the same reasons, religious hostility between different sects within Christianity. But in the 17th century, something new happens. And that is not only the recognition of sovereign states by the treaty, so in the letter of the treaty, and the exclusion of Catholic Church, but also, well, mostly the Catholic Church actually has an important actor within international European order. But also another very important point, which also goes against pretty much the Christian tradition, which Europe had until then held up, which is the discourse of individual rights, namely the discourse of natural rights. Now there's a lot of work on that. Richard Tuck, Annabel Bratt, other authors have studied this discourse in detail and how it anticipated the 20th century discourse of human rights. But what I would like to say about this is that in the Treaty of Westphalia, we can see for the first time emerging a very particular characteristic, which we will actually only see again in the 20th century, and which will inspire Schengen and the entire European integration, by the way, as well as the Refugee Convention of the 50s, and even before that, the Declaration of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights from 1948. And that is the emergence of the idea in the letter of the treaty, not just in theory, not just in the writings of thinkers such as Hugo Grotius, Gentilly, even before him, the Salamanca School, Francisco Vitoria, Francisco Suarez, all those people. We see in the letter of the treaty for the first time emerging a concern for something that is exactly the concern of the Schengen Treaty, which is how do we get people to move, individuals, right, to move from one state's jurisdiction to another state's jurisdiction. And this concern was raised during the negotiations because, of course, of the Westphalian settlement, because, of course, the concern was that Protestants who were living in Catholic territories in Central Europe, as much as Catholics who were living in Protestant kingdoms would be the object of gross violations of their rights, of their physical integrity, of the physical integrity of their families. They would be asked to pay taxes or some sort of tributes that were excessive. And so the concern of the period was, of course, not just one of having states protecting their own population according to the principle of cuius regio eius religio, that is, to each state, each religion, but how would religious minorities actually travel from one country to another, or from one kingdom to another, or one county to another, or one free city to another, depending on how the political community was organized internally. And of course, I'm not going into detail about that. But the concern there was, how do we protect them once they cross the border, right? And here we see an initial concern for the first time. Of course, there had been attempts in the past to do the same. We could go back to Cicero in the Roman Empire, or even to ancient Greece. But here we see the first modern attempt, the first attempt between sovereign states as we know them today, in the traditional definition, if you want the Weberian definition of, the legitimate monopoly of violence, or the monopoly of legitimate violence, however you want to translate that, the original German, into an actual concern with not just protecting the legal rights of sovereigns, which is the main concern of the treaty, nonetheless, but also a concern with, how do we protect the rights of individuals, not just any individuals, but the individuals who actually migrate. And this seems to me to be a very important point to raise, because it is happening in Europe. It happened 400 years ago, and no one seems to mention this. And I've been sort of tackling this aspect of the study of the Westphalian peace settlement, because all of us who study Westphalia, those who think that Westphalia was foundational somehow, but also a lot of those who don't think it was as important as it is actually presented by more traditional historians. The point is that there's more to Westphalia, the Westphalia peace settlement of 1648, both in Osnabrück and in Münster, which is important in the sense that it inspired a revolution, which I take to be a civilizational revolution, which is not just how we think about states, not just how we think about relations between states, or how we think about how states should treat individual subjects, but also, more importantly, how states ought to treat individuals who are not their subjects or citizens. Of course, there were no citizens back in the 17th century, there were subjects, but still, how should states relate to foreigners, that is, individual persons, single persons who belonged to another jurisdiction. And here, I would only like to point out the letter of the treaty, and I would like to refer to Article 5 of the Treaty of Osnabrück, that states, and I quote, that if any subject who had not the public or private exercise of his religion in the year of 1624, or who after the publication of the peace shall have a mind to change his religion, or be willing to change his abode, or be ordered by the Lord or of the manor to remove. And by the way, end of quote here, just to say, this is just a parenthesis here to say that the right to leave a country is for the first time being recognized in a legal treaty, the Treaty of Osnabrück, from that year, for the same year. The right to leave what was to be called later, not only in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of 48, but of course in the European Convention of Human Rights in the 50s, the right to leave was here designated as the right to remove oneself from, so the right of removal, that was the late medieval expression or the late medieval term, which was coined by the treaty to refer to this individual right. And the point here is that these rights are, for the first time, transnational rights. So, of course, we have a long tradition in Europe, the English Bill of Rights from 1689, even the Magna Carta, which for the first time acknowledges and enshrines a right to leave in the 13th century. But here we're not just talking about, you know, one state allowing individuals that are under its jurisdiction to leave, or it's not just about one state allowing people to immigrate, to get in. It's a matter of states coming all together to say that, listen, not only we have to recognize leave, but we need to define the exact terms in which people can be removed, so to speak, how they can exercise this right, and how they are going to be welcomed elsewhere. And this is the second point that I would like to raise, and which is very much related to my research, in my previous research in Uppsala, Sweden, which is not only does the Osnabrück Treaty recognize such individual rights, we also read in Article 4 of the Treaty of Münster, which was like the twin treaty within the Westphalian settlement, that the subjects and residents, and I quote, "The subjects and residents of the lands of the aforesaid Lord King and State shall maintain all good understanding and friendship with each other without consideration of the offenses and hurt which they have suffered before this. They shall also," and this is the important part, "they shall also be permitted to enter and remain in each other's lands, and now there to conduct their business and trade in full security on the sea," which is a very important part, "in other waters as well as on land." And so what is being acknowledged here is not only a right of individuals to leave, of course, within certain limits. You can't leave if you're, you know, if you're a criminal, or if you've practiced some crime, or if you're in prison, or if you have taxes that you own, to the country of departure, to the state of departure, of course. But I mean, once all of that is cleared and you are, so to speak, a regular subject, you can leave with your family. Of course, you need to pay some money, but then you are free to leave, but you are also free to enter another jurisdiction. And it seems to me that this is important. I mean, if we were to sketch out the history of how this language of free movement of individuals, which we consider such an important part of European identity, such an important part of European integration, and also a precedent for the history of the future, for those who want to think of how free movement would work on a world scale, globally. And if we take Europe as an instance, as an example of how that could work, of course, there are problems and difficulties and obstacles. Not everyone can move freely within Europe, Western Europe, not even within the EU, not even within the treaties that are, the states that are parties to the Schengen Treaty. But of course, having said that, this is indeed an original experiment. It is one that from 1999 is working pretty well for workers, for migrant workers, also for refugees, and especially for those who are here today with us, for students, of course. We need to look at how that experience is actually grounded on a claim for freedom of movement that was for the Founding Treaty in 1648. So for a moment, let's just forget about how Westphalia was important for states, and let's focus on how it was important for individuals such as ourselves, who keep traveling around Europe without constraints, without many constraints at least. Of course, there are economic constraints that are other sort of material constraints. But what I mean here is, of course, political and legal constraints to that sort of movement. And in that sense, I think that we should look back in history to where that actually started. And if we do that, then we'll find that the discourse, at least the idea, the advocacy of freedom of movement started quite early, actually, and probably as early as the state itself. And I think that is important for the study of international relations. You know, we have this idea that it was all about states on a first moment, and then it evolved to the protection of individual rights. And that is certainly the case in terms of the practice of states, and it depends on what rights, individual rights, we're actually talking about. And it's only until after the Second World War that we actually get to have rights, individual rights, that are protected by all states toward all the population, the European population, not just independent of nationality. Of course, that is true with the Schengen Agreement. That is true about the European identity. That is both the basis of European integration, but is also somehow a consequence. After all, we need to think that if it weren't for all the traveling that we do, we probably would not meet as many other Europeans as we actually do. But having said that, we also need to be careful that in thinking that, you know, it all started with Schengen. Before that, there was, we didn't have a clue. No one actually stood for this, because that's also not true. So European identity goes back many, many centuries. And the identity that is forged by bringing people together, that having people crossing borders between Western European countries and even Eastern or Central European countries, of course. Here we're talking mostly about Central Europe and Western Europe at this instance, at this historical instance. It is important that we look back at how these countries were already trying, with all the difficulties that we know and all the obstacles that the religious wars among other rival interests were ahead of these efforts. Nonetheless, we need to think that there were efforts to actually bring people together, to actually make religion or some other form of affiliation a part of an identity that, as we see, was common to all states. And if we look at the Treaty of Westphalia, it is very interesting that this sort of affiliation, religious affiliation, was actually thought of as transnational precisely at the same time that nationality, statehood, was being invoked as a primary criterion for ordering Europe, or reordering Europe anyway, and bringing peace to Europe. So I think that Westphalia is an interesting case of how, whilst you are asserting territorial states, territorial borders, at the same time you are saying, listen, we have these borders, but we need to consider the case of those who are crossing the borders for this and that reason, they need to be protected. We can infringe upon their rights. We cannot violate their physical integrity nor their families, and they are allowed to bring their businesses across from from Belgium to Holland, from Holland to Luxembourg, from Luxembourg to the German cities, which was of course not Germany at the time. But this is important because I think it's a huge precedent, and it sort of obliges us to look beyond the current European Union, and to think that within history, and even in the history of international relations, we have had moments where European identity has sort of shown its face and its value for the coming together of European peoples, of European citizens. And of course, we are children of our own history. There were some pretty bad moments in that history, but there were also good ones. And I think we need to look at them. So that would be my final point. Thank you so much.
So, could you hear me? Yeah, okay.
Yes, no.
Sorry for being mistaken at the beginning when I introduced you about your exact field of study. Alors, je vais laisser les questions.
I'd now like to leave some time for questions. Maybe I can repeat the questions if the microphone, if you cannot hear the questions.
You can pose questions in French, of course, which I can understand perfectly.
N'hésitez pas à poser les questions en français directement, je les répéterai en français au micro, ça ira plus vite. Madame?
Oui, bonjour.
Hi, can you tell us about European citizenship? Has it contributed to a new regime of international migration? Does it bring with it more migration?
Oui, bien sûr. Merci.
Of course. Thank you for the question.
I mean, citizenship has contributed to this regime in the sense that if I am, of course, as an European citizen, I have rights that I wouldn't otherwise have due to my status as an European citizen. Now that, of course, gives me rights in France as a Portuguese, which I would only have previously if I were a Frenchman. In the same sense, you know, I mean, 5 years ago I voted for the Swedish elections, not the parliamentary elections, not the main ones, not the elections for the Swedish parliament, but I was allowed to vote for the local elections. Now, this is just one instance of how European citizenship has contributed to the migration regime, because if I have more rights than I would otherwise have, or if I have more rights now due to the fact that I'm an European citizen that I had previously once I travel, that is, of course, a huge incentive to go to another country. And I gave an example of voting rights, but that's probably not even the right that, even though it's extremely important, having your voice heard by the politicians that, you know, govern the place where you live, that, of course, on a daily basis is probably not even the most important right. We're talking about health rights. We're talking about educational rights, and so social and economic rights. And so I do think that, and I'm sorry I didn't exactly answer the question, but because I was so focused on the history of how these rights have evolved or where they actually started. But the point is that, in fact, if you have, or if you know from the start that by traveling to France, by traveling to the Netherlands, by traveling to Poland, I will have more rights. Of course, I won't have the same rights exactly that I have in Portugal, right? That's another point. If I'm a Portuguese citizen and I live in Portugal, I'm not saying that. But I will have more rights than I would otherwise have if I were a European citizen. And I think if you think about that, and if you think about where it comes from and what it has provided, not just to individual lives, not just to the well-being of many persons, but also, for instance, if you think about economies and companies being able to move around, develop their business. Now, the way in which that has affected a lot of people, we're talking about millions of people, I think it's a very important step in sort of proving that we're on the right track when it comes to having a citizenship regime that incentivizes migration, and how it could inspire a more global regime at the world level.
Thank you. Thank you for getting connected at distance. Je vais maintenant donc céder la parole.
I'd now like to hand the floor to Mr. Alfonso De Salas,
Contribuer à la mise en perspective.
who is going to help us
Ce que nous avons dit aujourd'hui.
sum up everything that we've heard today. He has
Il a étudié la question, mais il a aussi
studied the question, but also been a practitioner.
Voilà. Bonsoir à toutes et à tous.
Good evening.
Pendant la journée, donc.
You've heard me several times during the day. I think you're all familiar with me now. I just wanted to thank the Université Savoie Mont Blanc, its chairman and dean, Philippe Galès, but also Anne-Sophie and all of her team for this fantastic conference today. It's been very useful. We've learned a lot on various different topics that all converge towards similar ideas. We all want this Europe of citizens to come about. And when we look back over 20 centuries of conflict, okay, you need to be patient. We've been working on this for a few decades now, and we have made noticeable progress in spite of the problems. And of course, we're all a little tired, and it's nearly the weekend. So I don't want to be too long.
Ça va?
Is that better? Great.
Je sais pas. Il faut peut-être tenir le... Il faut le tenir tout le temps comme ça ou pas? Non. Donc je vais essayer tout de même.
So I just want to talk about what I was asked to talk about, and then maybe give you my thinking, which is comes from my long career in Strasbourg, where I've been working now for 35 years in the field of human rights and governments and member states. So environment and human rights is in Europe, that's my topic. Now, according to a United Nations report, we have been told that temperatures in Europe have risen by 1.5 degrees in 30 years. And this warming is twice as high as in the rest of the world. And it will continue for the rest of this century. So to say that environmental issues have become one of the major concerns of our fellow European citizens is an understatement. We're in a worse situation now than other countries, and that dates from the 2nd November, a report on the 2nd November. So these issues of environment are impacting all of us, and the response that's given is a little bit timid in relation to the strong need. And Europe is actually the continent that's taking the most serious steps. The EU has set up a whole program of action, which is called LIFE. From 2021 to 2027, the Environment and Climate Action Program. And the program has ambitious goals. It wants to facilitate the transition to a sustainable economy, to protect, restore, and improve the quality of the environment, the air, water, and soil, to stop and reverse the loss of biodiversity, and to combat the ecosystem degradation. So, a very direct action focused on trying to fix nature, to repair nature, using the union's means. There's a lot of funding behind this LIFE program. And they intend to work in 4 priority areas: nature and biodiversity, the circular economy and quality of life, climate change mitigation, and the transition to clean energy, sustainable energy. Okay, that's all well and good. But what has that got to do with European citizenship? Well, the European Union is not just a machine that hands out money to interesting projects, no matter how interesting they are and how much they can improve our quality of life. The European Union is also a political body which is about integration, integrating states, but not any integration based on human dignity. And that's where it ties in with the action carried out by the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe, which is not something that we have been talking about today, and that is why I'm here today. The Council of Europe really is the big absent person of today. So what is the Council of Europe? It is an organization that was set up just before the European Union to safeguard human rights, the rule of law, and democracy. Those are the 3 pillars. Now, after the Second World War, of course, that is when it was set up. And at the moment, there are 46 member states of the Council of Europe. Its headquarters are in Strasbourg, and out of those 46, 27 are part of the European Union. Okay? But they're all those states, whether they're Council of Europe or European Union, share the same values. Otherwise, you can't be part of this family. So it's about protecting individual rights. It's about respect for the separation of power, so the rule of law. And it's about democracy. We've discussed European identity today and what makes you a European citizen. Well, I think it's mainly about sharing these same values, the same values that found Europe, that are at the heart of Europe. That is to say, all the countries that are members of these 2 institutions promise to stand by these values, that anyone can be judged by the Court of Justice, that they believe in a democratic system where there's no manipulated or corrupt elections. They are part of a rule of law where there is a real separation of power, where judges are independent. And we've just heard about that problem in Europe and the link between the judiciary and politicians. And that's exactly perhaps why Russia, which was a member of the Council of Europe for over 15 years, has been ejected on the 16th of February because they no longer answer to any of the criteria that I've just mentioned. The UK left the European Union, that political and economic family, but they have not left the Council of Europe. They are linked to the other member states of that through the shared values they have. And when we are told, when we talk about European citizenship, okay, the Brits are no longer European citizens because it's linked to nationality. If you come from a certain state in the European Union, you are a national of that state, then you have that European citizenship, which is superimposed, as we said. But no one would say that the UK is not a country in Europe. They share our values. They share our living standards, of course. And they founded the Council of Europe. So that is how much they believe in all of these values. So why am I saying all of this after having talked about the LIFE program in the EU, which is more of an economic program? Well, because the Council of Europe in Strasbourg is trying at the moment to really tie together law and environment and the environment in the human rights process. You cannot find a human right linked to the environment. It doesn't exist. It exists in certain constitutions, for instance, in my country, in Spain, and that was drawn up in 1977. The law allows for a right to the environment. The Human Rights Convention of 1950, which entered into force in 1955, it does not talk about this. And I'm not sure that there will be an additional protocol to the European Convention on Human Rights to give this right to the environment very soon, because it's very complex to do. However, the European Court of Human Rights, which is there to interpret the convention and has a very dynamic jurisprudence which really adapts to its social environment, can take the articles of the convention and apply them to environmental issues. And that's fantastic. The court is doing an amazing job in Strasbourg to extract articles from the convention that can enable us to protect the environment. Let me give you an example which I think illustrates this point well. The decision, the ruling against Italy, Cordella, in 2019 for the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. There were almost 200 people complaining of the problems they were having with breathing the air that they around where they were living because of pollutants coming from the biggest steelworks in Europe called Ilva in Taranto, a huge industrial site that covers 1,500 hectares and employs 11,000 people. Of course, the jobs, the amount of jobs here is huge, and what was at stake was huge. People living around that area were complaining about toxic emanations, but the local authorities thought about employment and the economic fallout of that, and on the other hand, living next to toxic emanations. And in the end, the court decided that the European Convention on Human Rights had been violated, and the Italian authorities had violated them, because Article 8, which specifies the right to private life, to live in an environment that allows you to have a family life, had been violated. And because Article 13, which allows for a recourse to justice, was not possible. People were not able to lodge a complaint officially to the Italian government. They had to do so via Strasbourg. So Italy was asked to redress the situation and draw up an action plan. And the Italian authorities did an amazing job. Of course, everything has not been resolved as yet, but really they became massively aware of these issues. And I think this example really illustrates the fact that states need to take the temperature and really measure up what's at stake and strike a balance between what they would like to do and healthy living. And it's not always easy to do. Sometimes the European Court can state whether the state has done enough or not. And then the Council of Ministers can then make sure that the decisions are applied. It's not just about stating the law. You have to give justice to the plaintiff, and you have to take the general measures to make sure that this kind of violation cannot recur. I don't know if I'm being clear, but the Court of Justice is doing a lot for the environment. And the Council of Europe parliamentarians are asking now that human rights to the environment should now be defended. The right to live in a healthy, sustainable environment. This should be recognized now, and that's a whole other ball game. I don't think they will reopen the negotiations for this convention. It's too complicated, but there could be an ad hoc convention, a sectoral convention. But would all the states sign, ratify such an instrument? Don't forget the huge economic interests that some states have when we talk about ecology or defending the environment. So there is the Parliamentary Assembly, but there's also civil society, a European civil society, which is more and more structured with NGOs that are more and more active. And that is precious. I'll talk in a while about that. But today we have to imagine more than just temporary protection now and then because you lodge a complaint with the court or because you're waiting for a treaty to be signed by your country. Perhaps your country may never sign that treaty, and environmental issues will never be covered in relation to your rights, because international treaties can only apply in countries that have ratified that convention. So now the UN, but Europe as well, is trying to think about new channels, new processes, maybe a binding pact for human rights, a kind of world legal court or European court of the environment with a specific recourse to this Court of Justice. And it's not yet very realistic. But we are moving towards that kind of a process. And some people even believe in a right to nature. So that nature should be able to defend itself through ecological associations, environmental associations. And the first example of this was in Spain, in a very fragile zone just below Valencia, which has been declared an area with people of legal existence. So Mer Mineur is now a legal entity, and somebody or an organization can come and defend this piece of the environment. And so they are developing that for the polders in the Netherlands as well now, because it's floodplains. And now the concept of protecting forests is coming about. Trees cannot defend themselves, so associations will defend their cause. It can go far. Will we give them citizenship to the trees? Who knows? But we are moving towards recognizing nature's fragility and the fact that it needs to be protected, and the fact that that requires a framework. My country, Spain, has developed animal welfare laws. It's the country where we have bullfighting, and in my opinion, that won't live on forever. We are a country that loves dogs. Some people have 2, 3, 4 dogs, very small dogs sometimes. And if you dare mistreat a dog, economic sanctions are very harsh. You can go to prison. So it's not unreasonable to think that this could move in this direction. It is a reality. Some associations say that dogs are better treated in law than unborn children or some vulnerable categories of society. That is the world we are living in today. Things are moving very fast, faster on some sides than on others. But I believe that it's all moving in the general right direction. We are protecting the most vulnerable elements of society, and I think we all agree that today nature has become extremely vulnerable. And if we want our children to be able to still live and breathe on Earth, we need to act, and we need to act now. I've nearly finished, actually. I know that we would all like to go home soon and begin our weekend, but of course, if you have questions, I will still be able to answer them. And I just wanted to say that civil society is getting organized. There are European citizens who are more and more active via media or, via their voting rights. In elections, that is a right that we all have to express our agreement or disagreement, and that's very precious. But has the Council of Europe developed this idea of European citizenship? No, I'm very surprised about that, but it hasn't. The idea, the concept of European citizenship figures in the Maastricht Treaty that says talks about the states of the European Union, the 26, not the 46 states of the Council of Europe. And in 1992, we were talking about European citizenship, but in the treaty of the European Union on its functioning, Article 17 states, talks about the Union's citizenship. So what's that going to say? Nothing new, you might think. It talks about the citizens of the European Union. Anybody who has the nationality of a member state is a citizen of the European Union. So if you are a member of a nation which is a member state, then you are a citizen of the European Union. I mean, it's more an idea, a concept than a reality, and we discussed this earlier. But it also says that the European Union citizenship complements your national citizenship, does not replace it. So you are a European citizen, perhaps because you sing the European hymn, you have a flag that you like. I mean, I love the European flag. Does that go much further? Well, we talked about passports today, freedom of movement. We talked about social citizenship. Will we get there one day on a European level? We'll see. You know, this is all work in progress.
But at the Council of Europe, they talk about a democratic citizenship, which is a very useful idea. Why? Because we live in societies where young people in particular don't really know what it means to belong to a country in a world of mutual respect. So I said young people, but perhaps people my age as well. But at the same time, and there's disrespect. For example, for migrants who are accused of coming and taking away jobs from European, but also in France, you talk about taking the bread from your plates, so, there have been many stories about who is coming to eat the bread of the French. But in the Charter of the Council of Europe on education on citizenship, it's a very long text. There are two key words which I would like to explore. It's living together. So living together, in my opinion, is an excellent idea. And there's a lot of reality behind this. And the European Court of Human Rights has really picked up on this expression. And, it is a very French expression, vivre ensemble, living together, and it's become a European-wide expression. And that encompasses a lot of things. There is a ruling from the court concerning France. In fact, the European Court of Human Rights made a ruling on a major problem in France to do with wearing religious symbols or clothing in the public space, and that would hide the face. And so this, of course, is the veil, the face veil, and France had prohibited this for a series of reasons for public order, whereas in Germany it is not prohibited. In the UK, it's found a different approach. So each country took a different position into this particular form of religious symbol, and in particular that would hide the identity of a person. Of course, once COVID hit, well, all of this went out the window because we all had to hide a good part of our faces with masks. So that was for health reasons. But coming back to the Court of Human Rights, they were faced with a serious situation of, what France was doing was prohibiting of wearing of a veil that would hide the face, and they did this invoking public order. And in 2014, in the ruling against France, it said that the French authorities, in fact, were within their rights by talking. We have on the one hand the rights of a person to wear a distinctive religious sign, which is of course and questions of public order, which France considered to weigh in more heavily. France had said that the minority wears this type of veil must obey the higher interest of living in peace in society. And so let me read this way. So the European Court of Human Rights said that living together is an immaterial and intangible aspect of living together, which means not taking any action that would be counter to social cohesion. And so the court, would be saying that, well, you demand the right to wear this, but in the environment of France, this would be detrimental to social cohesion. In a way, this is goes against ideas of freedoms. This is a minor. So, well, let me come back. Let me explain. So in a democracy, yes, it's a majority that rules, but that doesn't always command the minority. But here we're talking about, sometimes it's a question of protecting a vulnerable minority. And so in that case, a majority would have to enforce the protections of the minority. But here, this is not a question of statistics. It's not just because there's a majority wants to exert its will, but at the same time, a minority cannot say that it can impose its minority ways and that the majority has to tolerate it all. All of this is part of living together, and so it means that the authorities have to find some kind of a balance to, yes, protect the public order. And so this case had been raised against France, but the Court of Human Rights ruled in favor of the French authorities. And so that was in 2014. And in Belgium, there was another case in 2017, and which followed pretty much the same lines. So I think it's important to note that. And the charter of this charter of democratic citizenship speaks of educating people in our societies about how to live together, and in particular in a multicultural world, and to ensure that all learners acquire the competencies to contribute to living together, to settle any disagreement in a nonviolent manner, and particularly to prohibit the use of harassment or violence. Okay, well, it all sounds very fine, of course, but yes, it sounds very fine, and it should be our ambition. This is what our society should be working towards. And here we have an obligation of results, as the lawyers talk about a obligation of resources. But here it's an obligation of results. And if we don't work toward this, then we are headed for war. And so the young generations need to be educated toward these values, the respect for others. And now, okay, right now we've got the World Cup, which stirs up a lot of nationalist feelings, but at the same time, it's a sporting event where nations come together. And so, you have to, there's the nobility of the sport and the respect for the other teams. So, but I don't want to go further with that example, but it's just to give you an idea. But because it is a very serious topic, in fact, and it's all of civil society that needs to help make this happen. And it's not just a question for policy makers and politicians, because with a better construction of citizenship, I think we'll be able to do a lot to win this battle, that it is fundamental to win. And to conclude, if we want we need also a social environment that is breathable as well. I talked about the a breathable natural environment, but we need a social environment that is also livable. We have to respect our neighbors, no matter who he is. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, comme d'habitude,
Thank you so much. And we'll now take questions or comments. Thank you so much, sir.
Je suis vraiment très heureux.
I am really delighted to hear what you've said. Amongst the various European institutions that I've seen in Brussels and Strasbourg, the one that I preferred by far is the Council of Europe. Going to that assembly hall, and I took young people from our high school. We met some wonderful people.
Également Catherine Lalumière.
And we also met Catherine Lalumière.
Également l'ambassadeur.
And I remember the ambassador of Bosnia-Herzegovina. And Catherine Lalumière, she was Secretary General of Council of Europe and President of the French Maison de l'Europe.
Comme secrétaire d'État.
And she was also worked at the Ministry of Foreign Relations and European Affairs. She was an extraordinary woman, Ms. Lalumière. And I think in your presentation, the whole spirit of it, you resemble her in spirit. If I could just mention a personal souvenir. I myself was at the Council of Europe, I believe, in '85. I believe it. I think, yeah, she was Secretary General. Catherine Lalumière. When was she Secretary General? Well, yes, it was a long time ago. I think it was in the early 90s, in fact, that she was Secretary General. So one day I met her, I came across her in the corridors, and she looked at me with her amazing blue eyes, and she was very magnetic personality, and they were very striking. Very striking. And she said to me, "Is Mr. Salas?" And I said, yes, I'm Salas. And she said to me, I want to know everything about the management on mass communication. You're the secretary of the mass communication device. Please come to my office Friday afternoon and tell me all about it. Okay, she was a woman who didn't care about hierarchy. She wanted to understand problems. And so she was thinking, who would be the best person to explain to me these challenges? I'm not going to turn to my deputy manager. She was more interested in connecting with the people in the field. And so she was taking notes when I talked to her. It was amazing. So that was very much her style. And when she left, in fact, I knew 7 secretary generals, and it was the only time that there was a standing ovation. And people were crying. Everyone was crying. She was truly remarkable, with the people within the council as well, not just in her external relations. She herself demonstrated full respect for all. She was a real role model. So I am going to ask you a question.
qui a été dit ce matin.
Coming back to something that we heard this morning about citizenship, of course, but European identity. The Council of Europe has created several symbols picked up by the European, the hymn of Europe, but the flags. The flag, isn't that an expression of the European identity? You know, the monarchies, the states would always rally around their flag. And the crest, the family crest of the monarch is the European flag, which was created in 1955, I believe. And Raymond Bichet wrote a wonderful text on the topic that's very interesting. And they didn't just make it up overnight, this flag. It took work. And so I believe, isn't this de facto de jure the first expression of a European identity? Well, for the European flag, in fact, there was a competition amongst the agents of the Council of the European Union, who were asked to send in sketches with ideas. And it was Asen Heite, an Alsatian colleague, who presented the idea. He himself submitted 10 different drawings. It's a bit like the lottery. If you submit a lot, you might win it. But there was Salvador Amadeo de Garada, who also had the idea of a blue background with stars, but he thought that the stars should be distributed across the blue background, a bit like the UNITAS. So his flag, in fact, had stars in different spaces, like a mosaic of stars, not like the United States, where they're all grouped in a rectangle. And so he was asked, well, would the flag change? And he said, well, yes, when we add a country, you add a star. Okay, this was going to get complicated. And so Asen Heitz had a similar idea, but he wanted a circle. And so it was decided that there would be 12, no more, regardless of the number of countries, and that was chosen.
Donc, vous n'avez pas répondu si ce n'était pas un premier signe d'identité.
But do you think that's the first symbol of European identity? Yes, I do.
Il a été dit que
that flag, it was said that could be used by everyone, and we've sort of forgotten this, but we really only see it at institutions or perhaps at town halls. But if you do that, you know, I can't put it outside of my law firm. You know, people might be confused. They might think that a flag means that I represent an entity. But the European flag, the idea is that anyone, you know, that it belongs to every single European. And so theoretically, this is the strongest symbol of identity that we have. But it can create confusion for now if you post it everywhere. So we have these two institutions using the same flag and the same hymn. The Beethoven's hymn is used by the Council of Europe and the European Union. I think it is confusing in a certain sense. But you know, that's okay. But yes, that is our strongest symbol. I agree with you. So those 12 stars that you mention, I mean, there weren't 12 countries. In fact, did it represent the 12 apostles and Christianity? So is that symbolism present? Well, that. Well, in fact, some people said that, and if you look on Wikipedia, you'll see what Heights, did he have this in the back of his mind? What I can tell you is that the Cathedral of Strasbourg, with its Virgin and Child statue, was gifted that by the Council of Europe, and her halo. Well, it's not a halo over Mary's head. It's a symbol of Europe that is above the statue of the Virgin and Child. And so I can tell you that there are plenty of people who raise this point. But that's not the official discourse, in fact, is that 12 is a symbol of plenitude, the 12 months, the 12 signs of the zodiac. There are many things that use the number 12, in fact. And so don't go seeking out something that isn't necessarily there. I'd like to mention Michel Serres in the 90s, who talked about the natural contract and not just the social contract, and was already talking about a legal personality for nature. He was prophetic in his time, I think. Well, sometimes good ideas take a long time, but will eventually come to the fore. All right, then. Thank you so much, Mr. De Salas, for your talk. I would also like to thank all of the participants who come here and to have connected remotely. I really want to thank the UNITA team who have organized the technical teams and the interpreters to ensure that everything went well for all concerned. And I want to thank Laurence Vignolet and Philippe Galès for their support in the organization as well, because without that, well, we would not have been able to hold such a wonderful conference. So thank you all very much.
Vous descendez? Ah non? D'accord, ok. Donc, on applaudit nos interprètes. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you for the thanks to the interpreters.
Merci bien sûr à Anne-Sophie.
Thank you, Anne-Sophie.
UNITA.
Thanks to UNITA. We have representatives from almost all of the universities. Well, I don't want to speak last, so I will hand over the microphone. But please tell President Galès how much we enjoyed this event. He said that all of this needs to continue. That we should be working towards a European university, which is a wonderful idea as well. So please pass on that message as well. So we need to have more opportunities to meet and work together.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you so much.
Donc, bien sûr aussi remercier notre technique.
Thanks to, again, the technical teams behind the scenes. Thanks to them for helping ensure that everything works. Thank you for that. Anne-Sophie, did you want the final words? Well, let's hope that we can gather again for future Unitas days. Thanks again, and then if you would like, we can, continue to chat in the lobby. Thank you.